Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Thursday, July the 28th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. You guys can hear me and you can see my screen. Wow, tons and tons of action today, both on the upside and the downside. Too many to go through, really. You can tell we're really into earnings season now. If you look at my pre-market actives, let me just get this up to the top here. And if you see 0.25 earnings date minus 0.25 or 0.25, that means the company, minus 0.25 means the company released earnings after hours yesterday, and 0.25, like SWK, meant released during market hours. So you can always sort on this earnings date just to find all the earnings plays, but it's just dotted and dotted with earnings plays, both upside and downside. Now, the big news, of course, is what I posted before. So in case you missed that, so this is the big news. EV plays and solar soar after Manchin changes course to back climate spending, etc. Okay, so that's why I put TAN in there. I don't often look at iClean. That's another ETF, I guess, for the EV industry. But TAN, look at TAN. And this was a trade of the week a few weeks ago that did not work because, in fact, because of the negative news about this, that Manchin wasn't going to support it. So unfortunately, had that news come out when TAN was the trade of the week, this would have ripped. Anyway, so there's TAN. So, there's no point in looking at every single solar play, but, the big ones, FSLR, SunPower, there's a couple. I mean, you can pick a solar play, but there are a couple of solar plays. And then the iClean. Again, this is something I don't often look at, ETF for the EV industry. And yeah, so it's above the 200-day moving average now. And as an aside, so I guess the drama of Save and Jetblue has come to an end, I guess. However, Jetblue Save has agreed to be merged with JetBlue. The price is $33.50. Okay, so look at Save's price right now, $24.88. What that is telling me is that the market doesn't think it's going to be really, really rocky to get this through. Okay, I mean, JetBlue themselves say there's all sorts of legal hurdles that have to be overcome, etc. So this is just telling me that this is obviously not a slam dunk, just like the Twitter deal almost, but anyway, because Frontier has pulled its bid, so they're out of the running completely now. Okay, what else? BTXX, or sorry, BTTX. Yeah, so this has popped up, 53% low float, 7 million in the float. Completed the pivotal trial of their drug. I think it's a diabetes play, type 2, yeah, type 2 diabetes. So obviously going to be active today. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. CYH. So there are some big earnings plays on the way down. Look at CYH. Big gap down on earnings, an all-time low now. CYH all-time low on earnings. Here's one I don't often see is COUR. Coursera. This is another big gap down on earnings. So I guess this was an IPO back here and just a disaster, another disaster. It's $63. When was this? A little over a year ago, last April. And look at this, $10 now and falling. Earnings play. PAC is another one, PACK. Another earnings play. Not an all-time low. Yeah, almost an all-time low. PACK. TDOC, another earnings play. Getting hit really hard. As Zach mentioned, it is popping somewhat, but it is still down. 20%. This is one of Kathy's big stocks, I think. Anyway, I don't think she's got rid of it. T-Built capped up on, let's just say now they're going to be 35 products. No, I read that wrong first time. Anyway, they're launching 35 products and 5,500 Ace Hardware stores. So I guess pretty big news for them. I know Zach is short these guys. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. LXRX is gap down on a financing. Financing is at $2.50, so it's a little bit above that financing price. Big gap down, 21%. Ford, okay, here we have a gap up. Ford, F, gap up for Ford. Another earnings play, you guys, though. Another earnings play. Somewhat disaster. Pega, PEGA, down 17%. PEGA. HOG, Harley Davidson. HOG is an earnings play, and it is up. One of the ones that is up today on earnings. USEA. I don't think I saw any news on this one. Yeah, so this got all the way up to 230. It's pulled back to 2. I don't see any news on it. Well, I guess it is an earnings play. Sorry about that. I didn't see that. Though I don't see that it's an earnings play. Yeah, I don't see that it's an earnings play, actually. July 28th pre-market. I don't see that it's an earnings play. We have it as one. But I'm looking at my IV headlines and I don't see an earnings release there. Yeah, I don't think it's an earnings play. Our provider probably has that wrong. They might have changed. They did have some news about acquiring. The company announced the delivery dates of its recently announced tanker fleet acquisition. So there is some news on it. JAKK. JAKK is an earnings play. Yes, this is an earnings play. And it's gapped up big on earnings, 20,000. Wow, look at the volume. Look at the, I'm sorry, wrong stock. Let me get JAKK. Okay, so it's up 20%. Yeah, not much volume, but it is a low float. 7 million in the float. Big. Look at this, 38% though, but it's very low volume, 64,000. Is this shortable for me? Ooh, this is shortable. This boy, if this gap cannot be sustained, this could have a drop. And I mentioned EVGO, of course, an EV play. And it's got, this had a tremendous run with the American airline news and the Babcock news that had the big run. The last 3 days before yesterday, the drop, a little bit of a base yesterday, and now maybe a resumption. The high back here is 932, so there is room. Love has earnings. What is a big steel company name? X, probably the biggest one, US Steel, X. Love had earnings, LUV, Southwestern, and not good. Not good at all. Okay, monkeypox. I see GOVX is popping here, guys. GOVX, big pop here. Some volume coming in. Still has that 200-day moving average to contend with. How's SIGA doing? somewhere that there's some kind of a plant in Denmark that has been improved to be used in a monkeypox vaccine. I tried to see if it was a public company that is harvesting it. I couldn't see that. If anybody else has any other news on that. So the troika of Ballard, Plug, and Fuel Cell all moving. There's all EV plays. There's Ballard. I don't have a lot of faith in these, in a sustained move in any of these. I may be completely wrong, but I don't have a lot of faith in a sustained move. CEG. Let's see what this one is doing. Oh, there's not very much volume, only 12,000 shares. All right, guys, let me quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have. Yesterday, we had more upgrades and downgrades for the first time in a long time. So let me just take a look to see what's happening today. Yeah, back to more downgrades and upgrades. So let me get them in. This is from briefing.com. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Well, upgrades for KHC, Kraft from Stifel and Goldman. Okay, let's take a look at, I don't know if they had earnings, KHC. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Let's take a look at KHC. KHC, a couple of upgrades. So this is after a big down day yesterday. So a couple of upgrades for KHC. Downgrades for that Coors. In fact, 3 downgrades for COUR. It's an earnings play. AEM is, I'm hearing this one. AEM. I'm hearing this in my gap ups right here. This is what I use in the pre-market, guys. All right, Jeffries, I cannot put Best Buy as a downgrade. Okay, here are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Speaking of oils, talking about CPE, let's take a look at what the, oops. Okay, so let's see. So we're going to have, I almost guarantee that when we look at the sector status, that 100% of the energy plays that make up XLE are going to be positive. In other words, up from yesterday's close. We're just looking at the price of oil, WTI, just underneath, well, not about 98 right now. So still hasn't broken 100 again, but okay, I do have this one thumbnailed. I don't have very many thumbnail charts anymore, guys. I really have eliminated most of them. I got about 4, that's it, down from 12. I'm more interested in like creating price alerts from the race and not really having to have thumbnail charts as much. But I have a couple or 4 in PGY. Let's see what's happening with PGY. There was a high yesterday over 25. Run, well, I mean, it's pointless to talk about every single solar play, but run is on the move. If you want to just partake, and never mind trying to figure out which one, just take a look at TAN. There's a solar ETF. So this is actually an earnings play. AEM is an earnings play. Gold and silver ore mining. Are they out of Toronto? You know, you guys keep talking. I mean, listen, I'm not going to weigh in on this too much, but I mean, recession, depression, incession, succession, who cares, guys? I mean, yeah, it's just, if anyway, I shouldn't have said anything, but most of us are active traders, so let's just trade what we see, and that's about it. So we're in for a basically a neutral open right now. Okay, we've had a nice pop on those numbers, but basically in for a neutral open to start. So again, guys, I think the market is really not convinced this is going to go through. So it's going to take a lot of time. So this is the Jetblue and the Save buyout. Jetblue saying they'll pay $33.50. Well, let's take a look at Save's price right now. 25.14. Now, you know, when we see a buyout price, I mean, usually it's never going to be at the buyout price, the stock price, you know, because there are some things that have to happen. But this is quite below, obviously. They're 25 to 33.50. But let's see. I want to see. I'm just trying to see where it. Even JetBlue is saying, you know, it's going to be tough. And Frontier has completely taken themselves out. Anyway, the drama is over for the time being. All right, let's take a look at the sectors, the major sectors. I'm going to click on New from our toolbar, then click on Docked Channel Bar. So my fearless prediction, 100% with the energy plays, XLE. I think I'm pretty safe on that one. There we are. Okay, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. Here's the energy sector. XLE is a major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 100% and it's green, that means that every single energy stock that makes up XLE is above yesterday's close. That's what that means. Okay. It's pretty easy to predict. Just look at the price of oil. If it's gone up, usually it's going to be 100%. If it's gone down, it's usually going to be 100% the other way. Now, is there another strong sector? Not really. Not really. I discount utilities. This is more of a, that flight to dividend plays and all that. So I usually don't even look at the utilities, but there's really not another strong sector. It's kind of 50-50. But look at TAN. TAN just took another little pop up. TAN, the solar ETF. Another little move up here. Boy, the solars are just a shot in the arm for them. And it looks like First Solar has earnings after the market closes. TAN, TAN. Well, if you're talking about here, no, I just know that this is a solar ETF, small steps. It's not, excuse me, ETFs are not in here. Excuse me, guys, just a minute. And again, if you want this, guys, this is part of scans that I'm sharing. All right. Now it's not in the doc version. You can pick the individual ones you want. Just have to go to my home page. My home page and go to the scan section, and you'll see the pre-market actives up and down and the gap up and down. Yeah, just Jamie, yeah, it's just a matter of taking those stocks that are in a sector, copy them, put them into a symbol list, and then attach that to a top list window and then run the race. So for instance, if I wanted, let's just say for argument's sake, I wanted to use the pre-market actives up, I would just highlight them all or highlight where I want to go, highlight them, and then copy them. Control C, copy, create my symbol list, paste them in, and then attach that symbol list to a top list and run your race based on that. Hopefully that makes sense. That assumes you know how to make a symbol list or a watch list. Sorry, guys. And if you don't, you know where to go. Go to the guide and it'll talk about symbol lists, watch lists, how to make them, how to attach them. Yeah, so just to put so if I go here, click on new and dock channel bar, and then we'll back to that sector status. So here they are. So all I would have to do, so for instance, if I wanted XLE, I just click on it, left click on VLO at the top, and then I just keep highlighting, highlight right to the bottom. Once they're all highlighted, then I Control C. Now they're copied. Now you can put them into a symbol, create your symbol list, put them in there, and then attach that symbol list to a top list, and then you can run a race on just these stocks. Same principle as, you want to run a race just on stocks that you want to follow. Maybe you have a personal basket of stocks that you want to follow all the time. Yeah, you can run a race based on those stocks alone. Hank. Yeah, TBLT, I mean, it's still pretty strong. Pretty strong press release. But when I first read it, I thought it said 35 sites, not 35 products. I thought it said they were in 35 home hardware locations, but they're in 5,500 with 35 products. So anyway, this one's just showing up, guys. PTPI is showing up here. If you guys haven't mentioned this one, PTPI. Yeah, PTPI. Okay, so it's an acquisition, so kind of forget about it. Too bad. Nova, another EV play, along with BE. Now, Ari, is Ari a B? Yeah, so Ari is another EV play. Excuse me. Sorry, TAN play, solar play, solar. Didn't mean to say EV. Solar. Okay, Hertz is not solar. Is Hertz an earnings play? Actually, Hertz is an earnings play. HTZ. One of the very few stocks that get delisted, go to the pinks, and then come back. But of course, if any stock is going to have a chance like that, or a company, it's probably a company like Hertz, just because it's known. HTZ is popping here on earnings, guys. Okay, give me one moment, please. All right, we have a little more over a minute to the open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. It is Thursday already. And now we have a minute to go. You don't have to do it, William. We have a minute to go to the open. So now I am going to get rid of these. Get set for this open. And again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I let things settle down. I will make an exception sometimes if I see something really running hard in the my race, or if something is making a 10-day daily breakdown and it's an all-time low. It's not guaranteed. That's, I'll take those trades, but it's only time I really make an exception. I do like to wait 15, let things settle down a little bit. I know I'll run the risk of missing something that just keeps moving, but so be it. Okay, so TBLT now is above 623 is the next high looking left. Okay, and then after that, way up here at 935. Okay, so we are in for a mildly positive open. SPY's up a little, Dow's up a little. NAS is basically neutral, flat. Yeah, forgot to mention Meta. Meta, Meta of course, had, it was an earnings play, got slammed down. Oof, look at this. I mean, you know, again, I don't like, but look at that alert at run for run, 2905, 30 right now. This is on the 10-day daily breakout. These are solar plays, of course, ARI 1549, 1626, plug 2042, and 2062. So boy, ARI and run just ran right from the beginning. Yeah, my scanner is going nuts also, Dwayne. Even you know, some of the, well, there's look at the biggest gainers from the open. This is the top list that this race is based on, but you know, it's either solar or ETF basically. There's Sun W. Ooh, except PGY guy. Well, PGY of course is neither of those, but PGY never shortable for me. That's why I was saying if you don't want to, you know, play an individual solar. I mean, here's the ETF TAN. Look at this market surging right now. Okay, now this is open is probably an earnings play. No, it is not an earnings play. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's not an earnings play. It doesn't appear to be anyway. Look at open, guys. Open. 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 Big float. JP Morgan initiates coverage with a $19 price target. JP Morgan initiates coverage on Open Door Technologies. I'm sorry, $9. Squint a little more. Not a 19, but still $9 price target. Yeah, my 10-day daily breakout. If I get 5 or 6 in a day, that's usually you know, a lot. But look what's happened. I mean, I'm just in the first right at 9:30, 9 to 9:32. These 10-day daily breakouts. Poor. Oh, yeah, it was halted on the way up. So much for those downgrades. Wow. EBLT, just the absolute rippage today. STEM is on the move also, guys. STEM is not an earnings play. And it is nothing, okay, digitally connected energy storage network. I don't know, can we call this an EV play? I think pick an EV, JK, it doesn't matter. I don't think it's got anything to do with Ford. They're just EVs. Now, one of the problems right now when you get a market like this where there's so many stocks running in those two sectors, it's that old FOMO, fear of missing out. Just hang on, we could get a pullback. Or can this, can something like this be sustained? It's not like NKLA has specific news to it. It's all about the fact that, in case you don't know this, here we go. Tesla, Enphase, Nikola, Manchin Schumer climate deal. Okay, that's all it's about. Okay, finally, my alerts have settled down a bit. Yeah, well, this is the typical biofizzle, guys. BTTX, biofizzle. I couldn't quite see what phase that was, but anyway, it's not, again, not shortable for me, unfortunately. Interactive Brokers. This WK. Stanley. Yeah, so this is an earnings play, so it's having a little bit of a bounce. Maybe. I mean, if it gives up 100 again, but so far, this is a nice bounce from 98, $4 bounce. BE continues to move through the 200-day moving average, guys. Maybe significant. Let's see if it can really maintain this through the 200-day moving average, BE. 200-day moving average is 2083, so it's a little bit above that above the 200-day moving average, just a little bit. Let's see if that can be sustained. Other solar play or EV play, sorry, FSR. So if you're looking for specific reasons, don't. I mean, it's just if you're an EV play, you're going to be moving higher probably, unless you've got some specific bad news today. Well, through the 200-day BE. All right, let's take a closer look at open. Yeah, see, to me, open has too much resistance, not that far away. That's the problem with it. For me, anyway. I look at that 550 mark, it's at 520. Now, if you got it at 520 and it moved to 550, 30-cent move, $5 stock, of course, that'd be great, but can't predict that would happen. Look at all these solar plays. BE, Run, CHPT. Oh, I'm sorry, that's an EV play. Sun W. Plug, of course, is an EV play. CSIQ, solar. Now, LAC is not, I don't think. Oh, yeah, it's a lithium play, sorry. So EV play. And Hertz, look at Hertz go, guys. Hertz earnings play, HTZ, through the 200-day moving average. Next high looking left is 2016. Wow, this is a super active day. You get two sectors running like mad. There's CHPT. Okay, guys, GovX again over two, sorry, not three. GovX, GOVX. What is SIGA doing? Well, there's SIGA. So SIGA's popping also now, guys. And in fact, yeah, so now SIGA's at an all-time high. Okay, it took out yesterday, which was the all-time high, 1847. So monkeypox, monkeypox, monkeypox. But you can see, guys, I mean, notwithstanding the fact that EVs and solars are popping today, but we're in earnings season. So, we're just getting started with what I call, what we're still, I mean, Apple and I guess, I don't know if Amazon's released, but I don't think Apple has yet. But look at all these earnings plays, okay? 2 weeks ago, if I looked at this, there might be three names. Look at HTZ. Wow. I mean, over 20 now. I mean, the high is 2016, looking left. That's on the daily chart. Carvana, CVNA, strong. Apples tonight, okay. That's how much I follow it. Doesn't matter to me. MVS, oh, sorry. TPIC, TPIC, turbine, okay, so wind energy, okay, manufacture composite wind blades for wind energy. So again, climate change, et cetera, et cetera. So TPIC on the move here, not an earnings play, TPIC through the 200-day moving average. Where's that 200-day? 200-day moving average is 1598. Let's see if it holds. Let's see if 1598 holds. I don't know too much. And if you look left on that weekly chart, boy, it's got some room. Let's see if this 16 holds for TPIC, TPIC, okay? Keep an eye on this TPIC, guys. It's sort of interesting because it's through the 200-day moving average right there. And when you look left on the weekly chart, I don't see anything. Look at the monthly chart. BHC, guys. BHC is this an earnings play? BHC is not an earnings play. BHC is hitting the 10-day daily breakdown. Haywire. Haywire, is this an earnings play? Yes, it is an earnings play. I know it's not Haywire, it's Hayward, but this is oh wow, this is a lifetime low now, guys. HAYW, lifetime low. HAYW, lifetime low, guys. And BHC guys on the way down. Wow, unbelievable. Did anybody get this one? This was right on the cusp of when I would, start looking at these ones. 945, 826. Look at this. Look at that move down to 762. This was not an all-time low, but almost. I mean, almost an all-time low for BHC. Must be some bad news. I don't see that it's an earnings play. Yeah, I don't see that it's an earnings play, and I don't see any specific news to this, but boy, oh boy, what a great short on that one, guys. 944, so it's just, on the edge. I don't like taking trades before 945, but that was close enough. Okay, so I'm definitely interested in this Hayward, Hayw. Excuse me, Hayw. This is Hayw, all-time low. Earnings play. Now look what the market's doing. Market is starting to sell off. So now, yeah, I'd be looking at, okay, look at T-pick now, guys. Again, T-pick right back up. T-pick right back up. And now T-Doc also hit the 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, so as this market is doing this, I'll be looking at all those high flyers and seeing if they've kind of topped out. Yeah, so I think T-pick is suffering with this market downturn. So all I'm going to do, I just have an alert set up here around 1623, see if it takes it out later on in the day. If it does have some room. Keep an eye on the Hayward, H-A-W-Y, H-A-W, sorry, H-A-Y-W, sorry. Getting excited here with all this action. H-A-Y-W, guys, I can't, just going to keep mentioning it. If it meets your trading plan, fine. If it doesn't, take a pass, but all-time low, earnings plan. All right, let me take a look. So ULCC, interesting. ULCC is sort of rallying on the fact that they're out of the running now of taking over Save. They've pulled themselves from it. So ULCC is rallying on that news. ULCC. Let's take a look at TAN. My guess is that TAN is having a drop. Yeah, look at this. So, pick a solar, any solar. I'm sure they're all moving down now. Like, take a look at iClean, ICLN, which is the ETF for the, yeah, pick an EV, any EV. They're probably moving down. HAYW, guys. HAYW, guys. See if we can take out 11. Another earnings play, guys. SLM is an earnings play, and this is not a lifetime low, but look at this. I mean, look at this monthly chart. Look at this breakdown now. I bet you Lending Club is an earnings play. Yeah, LC is another earnings play, guys. Close to a lifetime low, LC. Boy, look at this one, another one. All these shorts, all of these shorts. These stocks are being punished on earnings. Well, maybe TPIC isn't over. It's still flirting around that 200-day moving average. 1598. It's just kind of hanging in that area. Eleventh commandment, thou shalt not chase. Oh man, BHC guys. Hopefully some of you, looked at that one. I mean, whew. All right, 944. I mean, look at this. The alert at 826, 725 now. I mean, that's a massive percentage move. I haven't really looked at my races today. Actually, I'm not seeing anything that's won a race more than once. So, and the interesting thing about wow, look at BHC. I mean, it's almost a lifetime low now, almost. I don't see any news on it. Can anybody find news on BHC? I mean, there's something going on here, obviously. It's not an earnings play that I can see. So yes, you've heard me nag at you incessantly for 3 weeks about looking at the races, and absolutely, but I've told you that I still have 2 scans. These are my only 2 scans that are running, okay, in the old style of alert windows. And man, oh man, look at these right there on the 10-day daily breakdown. Sorry, Jack, I haven't looked at your bounce plays. I'm sure there's probably been something good, but hands full with the BHC, and I'm not usually in 2 trades at the same time, so. And the HAYC, and just waiting to see, or HAYW, just waiting to see if it can take out 11. I mean, even TDOC would have been a good one. Bet you the SLM probably would have been pretty good too. 1531, where are we now? 1531, 1496, earnings play, breaking down through a whole number, 15. I mean, what's going to hold it up? What a day is right. What a day. Look at Sega, guys. Sega. SIGA. So TDOC, after that pull up, I mean, it's still being lambasted now, 22%. It is, let's see, the pre-market low is 31 or so, around 31. All right, you know what? Ooh, look at TPIC. I mean, this is a challenge, but TPIC is right back up. A bit of a challenge. I just like it because of the room it's got on that weekly chart. Now it is an energy play, an EV play, kind of, or climate change. I don't know how to categorize it. Wind turbines. Okay, PJ, you are now permanently banned from the room for that Kramer comment. Sorry. And of course, I'm kidding. Just in case somebody's in the room going, my goodness, this guy's tough. Okay, guys. Well, I'm in this T pick. I just want to see if I can have any sort of a run. I mean, I think I'm right. The next high is 1838 on the monthly chart. Just following it. Spread's not great right now, but man, oh man, HAYW took out 11. Hmm. Okay, boys, I'm going back to bed. My day is over. So, William, you're in charge. Just shut the room down at 3:30. Thank you very much. First day in 3 weeks, really, that I haven't really paid that much attention to the races. Oh man, and this is a first for me in a long time, guys, to be in 3 trades at the same time. So, pardon me if I'm a little bit distracted here. The HAW, TPIC, and the BHC. Oh, look at BHC. Just trying to see if there's any news on this. BHC, 826, HAW, HAYW, 1126. My guess is that Slim is probably doing pretty well too. Not as well, but still 1531. These are all shorts. And then T-Doc at 3494. But I mean, there's the stars, PHW and Haywire. Okay, guys, out of the T-pick, okay? Out of the T-pick. So I just got the 2 left. I'm so crazy. I didn't even realize BHC was halted a couple of times. I know it's halted now, of course, and listen, I apologize to SS. I thought that I have no idea why you guys don't have the halted yet as an option. Not as an option, just because it's a standard feature. There's nothing to do, but evidently it's still not in a build that you guys have, even the latest beta. I have no idea why. The 10-day daily breakdown scan. Yes, Jamie. Four alerts from them. All of them have worked. All of them have worked, but I mean, the Haywire and BHC are stunning. And again, it's one of the scans I'm sharing. I haven't even looked. I mean, Siga. I mean, even Siga. I've been talking about Siga. All-time high now for Siga. BLCO. BLCO. Oh, the Bausch. Yeah, Bausch and Lomb. Yeah, Point Claire. Vaughan, Canada. Well, I got a little jumpy in the TPIC, but that's okay. I mean, it's another high now, but if I hadn't done all this early, I probably would have still been in it, but it got me a little jumpy. Didn't want to see a big yank on it, 30 or 40 or 50 cent yank on it. So I decided to get out. And that's okay. Okay, GovX with the SIGA popping. And now it's right at the 200-day moving average, 225, takes that out. 249 is its high from 2 days ago. You got to love earnings season, guys. This is exactly what I'm talking about, though. The majority of people have never heard of Hayward. Okay, I'm not talking about in this room. You're not going to see, more than likely, you're not going to see Hayward on CNBC or any of the news programs. Nobody knows about this. Okay, and again, I shouldn't say it like that. Nobody, obviously, we know, but it's just not something that's covered that much. But when they have earnings, they have that. They have now. They could have been positive, and it could have been ripping higher. But on the day companies like this is why I love these ones. I don't care about Apple and Microsoft and Google and Amazon. I don't care about them. These are the ones that I care about because look at the percentage moves you can get. Okay, thank you, Zach. It is not advertised on public transportation vehicles. You're right about that. I don't even know what they do. I mean, obviously, I can look up what they do, but I don't really care. Commercial and service industry, machine manufacturing, I can look up what they do. It doesn't, I don't care. All I care about is this. Oh, Well, certainly BHC was, and TDoc was, and HAYW and SLM. Yeah, they're all shortable at Interactive Brokers. These four were shortable. I only took the two of them. Should have taken TDoc, I guess, but the reason I didn't take TDoc was because of this move up. Well, I use that scanner to go short. I mean, the 10-day daily breakdown for me is a short opportunities. I mean, do they all work? Of course not, but also when a stock is near its lifetime low, I get really interested. Think about it. Stock's near a lifetime low. It has news, either earnings and I didn't know the BHC news. I couldn't see it. So thanks for Zach for posting it. But if it has, earnings or some bad news and it's almost at a lifetime low, you got to have. I mean, I'm not saying they'll never pop. So, they'll always have some bottom fishers looking, but man, you gotta like who you first. I always say it like this: you first. You want to be a bottom fisher and something like that. You first. I'm not saying they'll never bounce, but okay, now I will start to pay a little more attention to my races. Now, the FXLV, this was from yesterday. This got absolutely slammed yesterday, but had a tremendous rally. I know Zach pointed this out when it was still under $1, I believe. So what is the high yesterday is 160. So let's see if it can take out 160. I'm going to put an alert there. That's all I'm going to do. Using the races. If I don't like what I see for an entry right now, but I see a price where I might be more interested, I'll just put a price alert. Okay. But you can see right off the bat here, I mean, we're 10:08. Normally, with these 4-minute races, normally there are several, well, at least one stock that may have won a race three or four times by now. But we've only got one that's won a race twice, GovX, and I won't take it. Why? Because of the 200-day moving average. If it pops through that 200-day, I'll get interested. Of course, it's all to do with monkeypox. Ooh, I was just going to mention JCSC. It's actually, no, here's another one starting to move down. UPWK, probably an earnings play. Again, look at these earnings plays that I'm not saying nobody knows Upwork, okay? I don't. I mean, I can learn about them. I can read what they do and all that, but I don't know anything about Upwork. But here we go. I mean, UPWK, another earnings play getting beaten down. Look at GovX, guys. So if you insight to what I do, I mean, I won't take that trade unless it takes out that 200-day moving average, and it didn't do it. I thought I had an alert set up here. Maybe I didn't. I better put the alert then. And doesn't mean if it breaks the 200-day moving average, I pile into the trade. That's not what it's about. What it's about is if I do get the alert, I'll know about it, and then I can analyze to see, do I want to take this trade? What is SIGA doing? What is TNXP doing, for instance? The other two. So BLCO is continuing to move down. BHC has had a little bit of a pop up, but BLCO is starting to move down. This is not quite an all-time low. And this, yeah, see, now this is showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown right now. And the reason it wasn't before is because the relative volume, I have my filter, is at 8. So it is now at 8.77. Whoa, I missed it. I couldn't get it. Ah, too bad. When I say I couldn't get it, I went in, I can't remember even the price I went in at. I think I went in at 1373. It hung there for a second and then it just dropped on me. So couldn't get it. Look at this. And again, guys, there it is. BLCO 1383, 1336 now. Remember Tide? TYDE? A couple of days ago, got up to 180. Now it is sinking like this is that somebody will know. Starts with the letter B. Spin off nonsense. Be big. Thank you, John. So if you're new to the room, I mean, you can tell this is a very active trading room. You know, if you're looking for swing trades, probably not the right room. I mean, not saying there are nothing out there, but there is a swing trading tab. If you're new to this room, you know, there's a swing trading tab. You can go there, but did I see Sava? I have to admit, I haven't seen Sava at all today. Okay. Yeah, so this could be giving it up again. It had the nice rally trying to defend themselves. Earning season, I love it. We've got probably another 2 to 3 weeks like this. Maybe even maybe 4 weeks. Maybe that's a stretch, but certainly I would say 2 to 3 weeks in which we're going to see a lot of companies that are not followed that much. They release earnings and they have this giant moves, either up or down. What, JK, earning season? Yeah, I mean, we can always find stuff to trade when we're outside of earning season, but boy, oh boy, I mean, you can't beat this. Okay, guys, 10:15. Okay, another monkeypox play is CMRA. There's a tough trader, ask Dak. This is a bit of a tough trader. Choppy. Okay, guys, the rhythm. Look at rhythm trying to come back after a couple of days, kind of basing rhythm, RYTM, RYTM. The high is 1298 looking left, so it's above that. So actually the high, wow, 1484, guys. So this has some room if it wants to move. August 2nd, they report, so that doesn't matter. So look at RYTM. This holds over 13 long enough. I mean, again, the next high is 1484. That is a big, big move if it wants to go. So keep an eye on the rhythm for sure. RYTM. Remember, it had that tremendous run about a week and a half from 460 all the way up to 15 or so. Yeah, definitely. In the races today, I mean, we're at 1017 now. By this time, most in the past, anyway, the last 3 weeks, probably we would have seen one stock maybe winning 4 or 5 races by now. I'm glad I held off on the T pick again. See, this is why this is a little too choppy. This could turn into a short. 300,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers. So this is a turbine play. So climate change play, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, BHC. I mean, I've traded. Obviously, guys, you know me. I've traded. I don't have my full position, but yeah, it's still weak. No reason to get out of everything yet, for me anyway. I just have to, what I'm doing is I'm watching BLCO, which has had a pop, to see if it affects BHC in any big way. Okay, that's what I'd be watching. And so far, this is still drifting down. Well, as long as you catch one goose. Look at Siga, guys. I mean, this is just, again, I don't make any recommendations, but if this becomes what we think might happen, I mean, look at Siga. All-time high now. Oh, another leg down for BHC. Take a look at BLCO. Okay, PSHG. Well, this is a real sub dollar play. So still in two trades, guys. The HAYW short and the BHC short. Obviously, I've traded some out of each, but I did not take this one. I did not take the UPWK. Could have, I guess. It's not on the 10-day daily breakdown. There is. Oh, I guess I'm going to have to do this one on the my stock of the day video that I do at noon. Halted again. All right, guys, it's 10:21. There's not really a big break in the action, but whew, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen live on the mic. And my name is Barry Anderson, and I do work for Trade Ideas. So yes, am I hopelessly biased about Trade Ideas? Yes. So what I want to do first is put the test drive link in. If you want to take part in all this fun that we have every day, you're thinking about, well, wouldn't mind maybe taking a look at Trade Ideas. Well, here's your opportunity. So if you click on this test drive link that I put in, click on it, and this is what you're going to see. So now I'm going to say this. I'm going to have to, obviously, I'm going to repeat myself. I hope nobody in this room did this, but we had about, I don't know, 10 people who signed up for the test drive. And again, not necessarily from this room, who then starts to complain about, well, where's my data? Please read this, okay? It doesn't start until August the 15th. Okay, what you're doing if you sign up today is you're pre-registering. You'll get no live data until the 15th. And then people just don't read, I guess. So it'll cost you $11.11. You'll have access just as if you're a premium subscriber. The only difference is you'll not be able to auto trade anything, which I don't think is a big deal. Okay. So, and this is when it runs from the 15th to the 29th. That is 10 trading days. So if you cannot do it from the 15th to the 29th, for instance, if you start on the 16th, if for some reason you can't make it on the 15th, you'll get 9 days, okay? Just so you know, I'm being very upfront about this. You don't get 10 days from when you start. You have to be able to take part between the 15th and the 29th. It's all set up, all our support, etc. It's all set up for that, okay? So again, if you sign up today, you're pre-registering. That's all you're doing. When the test drive is over, it's over. There is nothing for you to do. You don't have to, you don't have to ask us to unsubscribe you from anything. We don't put you into a subscription, okay? So take advantage of this. When you do this 4 times a year, approximately 4 times a year. So it's fast approaching, a little over 2 weeks from now, okay? That's number one. Yeah, you'll actually be able to download the question in our YouTube room will you be able to download prior to then and snoop around with no data? Yes, you'll be able to download the program on the Friday before. So what's that, the 12th? Okay, about an hour after the market closes. So that gives you an opportunity for the balance of the Friday and then Saturday and Sunday to take a look at the program. As you say, snoop around. I'm going to show you, where you should snoop around. But listen, if you're going to be serious about taking the test drive, this is a software program. There is a learning curve. Don't, sign up for the test drive and be completely oblivious to what Trade Ideas is all about. And Monday morning, you sign in and then you look at everything. Oh, what the heck is all this about? Okay. Take the time if you're going to be serious about it. I'm going to show you what you can do. Oh, BLCO. That's okay. I've, as our dear old Dusty used to say, a heck of a week today. Okay, well, small steps, just go, I just put my link in, my homepage link, go to the scan section and you'll find it there, okay? Okay, so I just put my homepage link in. A lot of information is there. Okay, a lot of information. And again, if you want my scans, go to the scan section, click here, and there it is, the Halts resumes, okay? So if you want to take out a subscription right now, you can, of course. You can use this promo code Barry4Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year of trade ideas. Click on Get Trade Ideas. I'll show you how much it will cost. And you know what? It's the only software you'll ever need. Well, why we say that? I mean, obviously you need a brokerage, a broker platform to trade, but you know, everything else, I mean, we're not a standalone charting package. For me, our charts are fine, okay? So you don't have to have another charting package, but as far as a scanner goes, I think we're the best in the business. Annual monthly premium standard, okay? So annual premium is 2,000, standard is 1,000, less than 15%. The big difference is the AI. I'll take a look, couple of alerts so far. I don't use the AI very much. I'll be completely upfront about it. I have enough other things that I like, but you know, the AI is there. You don't have to take out an annual. In fact, don't do it. Don't take out an annual unless you absolutely know you want this product. The reason I say that is because you have to look at the terms and conditions of a refund. Okay, there's no mad rush to take an annual. Make sure you want the product. So standard is 118, premium is 228, less the 15% for the first month only. So if you maintain your monthly subscriptions, this is what you pay. And I'm telling you, the standard subscription is great. I know Dan wouldn't want me to say this, but I think, you know, the standard subscription is great. You know, if you want to have access to the AI, go for it. But, you know, the standard is an awesome program. At any time, if you do want to take out an annual, we'll honor the 15%. Okay. Now, if you do take out a subscription, mandatory that you do this. So this is what I'm saying, you know, to prepare yourself for the test drive, do the Let's Get Started. It'll take you 30 minutes. It runs you through, there are 10 videos, download and installation, first startup and login, toolbar and right click magic, layout styles, etc. Okay. Spend the 30 minutes. I do a stock of the day video at noon. You can sign up for this here, right here. This is a free service, of course. Stock or trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I think this week's got stopped out, but it is a free service. If you sign up for it, you'll get the trade of the week before about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you're not getting it, please check your spam. And if you have a Gmail account, maybe check your promotions folder, okay? That's commonly where they go when people don't see them. Education, again, you're going to take this test drive. So click on the user guide. Now, you don't have to learn everything about trade ideas. You should have done the getting started. These are the three things you should know: what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and all about the stock racing, okay? You know, get that set in your mind about what this is all about, what trade ideas, how, like what is an alert window? Afterwards, you know, you can look at what price alerts are, how to set a price alert on a chart, sound alerts on your various alert windows. So when you hear a sound, a unique sound, you know which window to look at, but you don't have to learn everything. Okay, so don't get hung up, you know, in a user guide, just like you wouldn't get hung up on a, you know, if you have MS Word, you know, look at that user guide. Imagine if somebody said, well, you got to learn everything before you can use the program. I mean, nobody would do it. So same with us. Okay, just make sure you understand what an alert window is, a top list window is, and the stock racing is. That'll get you going. Daily support. So I take a break at noon Eastern between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And today is Thursday, so it should be Steve. I'll confirm that, Steve Gomez. And before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over there if you want. And also Chris Varley is there between 3:30 and 4:30, Monday to Friday. I shut the main room down at 3:30. So if you haven't had enough of talking about trade ideas or trading, you can listen to what Chris has to say between 3:30 and 4:30 Eastern time, Monday to Friday. Daily webinars. Today is Thursday, so there is one today. This week we're on the Tuesday, Thursday rotation. Next week it is Monday, Wednesday, but you can sign up for them all here. And if you're new to trading, a great series that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together. This is not third party. And the reason I always say that is don't, if you think, oh man, if I do this, I'm going to get inundated by third party emails. No. So it starts off with what is a stock? Okay, as basic as you can get. So I would really recommend if you're new to trading, take a look at this. If you're going to take the test drive and you're new to trading, take a look at that. You can do this now. All these things you can do right now. Okay. And last, my scans. So again, I haven't really looked at the racers today for the first time in about 3 weeks. I've been concentrating more on this beautiful 10-day daily breakdown, which has given us some awesome trades today. And sometimes the 10-day day, well, I haven't even looked at the 10-day daily breakouts, but so the only scans that I'm using now, other than the race mode, are these ones. Is what it looks like. And this one, Zach's bouncers and toppers, which I haven't had a chance to look at all. Those are the only two alert windows that I'm using now. Okay. Otherwise, I have been just concentrating on my races. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down and the gap up and down. So, if you're to sort of prepare yourself. So, I mean, that's where we saw all these ones that were moving, either up or down in the pre-market. So if you come into the room at 9 o'clock, that's when I get on the mic and that's when we start talking about these. Okay, so my advice, if you save my link, then you can take a look at the education section, my scans, and the getting started anytime you want. And I've missed the boat on a couple. The BLCO. Tried to get it the first time and I just couldn't get it. It just ran too quickly for me. It popped up and I didn't even try the second time. It's just so much action right now. Boy, oh boy, TPIC would have been an awesome short though. Yeah, slow day. You're a funny man, PJ. That's slow day. Yeah, I'm kidding. And if anybody was serious, man, this is a slow day. Um, you better find another profession. So this one got halted on the way up, SKYX, and this is now on the move here, guys. SKYX. Back at saying, take a look at Twitter. Yeah, so I'm just trying to see the news. I mean, obviously, it's all to do with, there's a lot of conjecture that there's no way that Elon is going to win. He's going to be forced either to pay a huge fine or to maybe negotiate another place. I don't know. So, but this is what Twitter is doing. Okay, and the market's putting in a little bit of a green bar now. PTPI. I see your, yeah, fly in the wall. That's fly in the wall, I think from fly in the wall. Um, Fraudulent. Wow. We haven't seen one like this for a while. I don't know. I can't remember when, a couple of months ago, 3 months ago. We saw a few of these that were like press releases that came out and turned out to be completely fraudulent. And I'm not considering Sava yesterday. That's, to me, it's a little bit different. So, is this shortable for me? The answer is no, it's not shortable for me anyway. But it's been halted on the way up, or halted on the way down, I guess. All right, so what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. So I showed you, wow, look at SIGA, guys. SIGA, SIG. I'm not in this one, okay? But boy, it's almost at 20 now. Where's GovX? No, GovX is not following. Not yet, anyway. Still has to take out that 200-day moving average. So I showed you that I'm sharing a lot of scans, and we are sharing a lot of scans up here. Okay, if you click on New from our toolbar, and then click on Dock Channel Bar, these are all theme-based channels. So there are a lot of scans in here. I'll click on the Explosive Winners channel as an example. So this scan, the scans you see here, and this race you see here, this is the race that I'm running right here, is more or less based on this race. I've made some alterations. I've upped the minimum volume. I've changed the price range to more my style. But this is the race. I'll go over the racers in a bit, okay? But all I'm really trying to show you here, though, is that if you saw something that you liked, and I want to go to the momentum channel. I'm going to click on the momentum channel. So for instance, if you saw something here in the momentum channel, here's this is the warrant for Hertz as an example, and so HTZ. So there's the warrant. So you can see right there, look at that chart. You can see that it made a new high at 1038. Okay. And that's what we're really good at. Real-time alerts. You create an event, and I'll show you what I mean by an event. You create an event, and then you have some kind of a trigger. In this case, it's a new high for the day. And if that happens, you get the real-time alert for it. So let's take a look at this one, this momentum scanner. I right-click, configure, summary. So again, if you're going to take the test drive, these are all the things that you should know before you take the test drive. Just these basic things, the right-click magic, as it's called. Okay, you click on most alert windows or multi-strategy or top list windows, you'll see what it's looking for. So in this particular case, cash is coming in here, guys. CASH is another one in the 10-day daily breakdown. They're just showing up. I'm sure it must be an earnings play. So in this scan, it's looking for stocks between 1 and 50. And the current volume has to be at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this point of the day, minimum of 100,000 shares, etc. And the big volume pop in the last 1 minute, 1,000% of normal, 400% of normal in the last 5 minutes, etc. If all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay, that's why we see this one. I just have to expand this a little bit. You'd see the W. Okay, so that's the basis behind, this is what we call the event. Now, if you like this scan exactly the way it is, then I'm going to show you how you can take the scan out of the layout in a free floating window, and then you can save it to your cloud. And then, if you do the same thing with other in other theme-based channels and take something else out you like, then you can save it to the cloud. But you might look at this. You might look at this and go, you know what? I love the idea, but I don't like the price range. So we just make a change. Oh, I'm going to say 10 and 100 instead of 1 and 50. Say okay. And see how it's changed, 10 and 100. I'll say okay again. So now you have basically changed the scan a little bit. If you wanted a different volume, that's up to you. If you like the scan as it is, or if you make the change, now the next step is to right click and duplicate into a free floating window. What you're doing is you're taking it out of the layout. Now it's free floating around, okay? Now you can save this to your cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud, save. Now it's in your cloud. So the idea now is you can go through the different channels, take a look at some of the scans that we have created for you. If you saw something that you like, you do what I did, duplicate into the free floating window, and then save it to the cloud. Once you've done that, then you can start bringing back file, load from cloud, and you'll see them all, right at the top, and you click on it, load it. Don't know if you can do multiple at a time, but if you can't, then you just file load from cloud again, load. And that way you can bring back all the things you saved and create your own layout without actually having to build any scan from scratch. Okay? Try to make it very easy on you. Look at this one, guys. I got a big check mark on this one today. I mean, these might be working too, the breakouts. I have no idea, but I mean, look at these shorts. So there's UPWK at 1948, 1885 now. Cash came in a couple of minutes ago, 31.36. So you know what? It hasn't moved that much. I'll definitely keep an eye on this one now to see if it's an earnings play. I'll see if this has any sort of a move down from this 31.42 mark. Oof. Okay, has PVPFC. When you say you're new here, and by the way, welcome. When you say you're new here, are you new to trade ideas or just new to this trading room? Do you have trade ideas? I guess I should ask. Do you have the program? Just waiting for an answer. So you don't have the program. Okay, so here's a couple of things. I'm going to put a link in here called the test drive link. If you click on that link, this is what you're going to see. So in about 3 weeks, or a little less than 3 weeks from now, we're having what we call our test drive, okay? And here's how you can try the program out for 10 trading days. It'll cost you $11.11. It starts on August the 15th. It runs to the 29th. That is 10 trading days, okay? So you can wait till then, and then you'll, again, have access to the full service, except no auto trading at all. So if you do sign up today, what you're doing is you're pre-registering, okay? Just understand that you're pre-registering and that you won't get live data until the 15th. So that's the first thing, okay? You might want to do that. Second thing, just give me a moment. And I'll put my homepage link in again. Okay, so I put my homepage link in, and I've already gone through this, but I mean, you can take a look at the education section. Okay, you can do this even if you're not a subscriber, and take a look at the user guide. And don't get overwhelmed by it. But what you should probably take a look at are what alert windows are and what top list windows are. That's the A and the T. And I'm going to cover the stock racing in a little more detail in about 5 or 10 minutes from now. Those are, I think, the key aspects of trade ideas. Okay. Now, what we are is a scanner, and I'm kind of in the middle of my spiel right now. We are a scanner, and I've already gone over the fact that on my homepage, I'm sharing a lot of scans. We have a lot of scans here. If you click, again, you have to be a subscriber, of course, but if you click on new and then dock channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. We have a pre-market channel, an after-hours channel, a momentum channel, the explosive winners channel. So we've got a lot of different channels here. So for instance, if I click on the momentum channel, again, don't get overwhelmed by all this, okay? But here's a momentum scan that we have created, for momentum. And so one of the things we try to do with trade ideas, if you don't want to create your own scans, you don't have to. We've created a lot of scans for you. I'm sharing a lot of my scans. You can always adjust them, maybe to a different price range and things like that. But you don't have to start everything from scratch. Now, where I was just about to go in my spiel is, of course, if you do want to create your own scans, you can. So here's a scan I created called the 10-day daily breakdown. This is a short opportunities, which is produced in an unbelievable way today. Look at BHC. 826 was the alert at 944. Look where it got down to 389. TDOC, the alert 3494, got down to 33. HAYW, the alert was at 1126. It got down to 1043. This was an awesome one. BLCO, the alert was at 1383. I mean, these have bounced now, but look what it got down to, 1217 from 1383, etc. So this is an example of a scan that I created, which I share. If you want to create your own scans, this is general, of course. People ask, well, can you create your own scans? Of course you can. So I right click, configure, and click on search. When you see these icons, these are all the alert icons that we have, the real-time alert icons that we have. And if I scroll down, when you see these icons, these are the filter icons. Again, nobody should get hung up on the fact that we have so many of them. You don't have to learn them all. When the company started in 2003, they figured that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their scans. So they tried to create enough alerts, real-time alerts, and filters that for the majority of our customers, and with all the different trading styles out there, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to build their own scans. Okay. So do not get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. So if you want to build your own scans, you can. But again, we have a lot of scans that are pre-built that you can modify. Again, maybe a different price range, different minimum volume. When you get used to using trade ideas, you can maybe say, wow, I wonder if they have this filter. If you wonder also, well, does trade ideas have this? So if you right click on an alert window, you can configure and then do a search. So if you said, what do they have for RSI? So you type in RSI. This is what we have. If you don't see it here, for instance, if you wanted a 10-minute RSI, sorry, we don't have it. Okay. As an example. If you're wondering, what do we have for MACD? Is what we have for MACD. If what you want, you don't see it here, I'm sorry, we just don't have it. But we've tried to create enough alerts and filters that for the absolute majority of our customers, with what we've created, you should be able to create your own scans if you want to. So Mike, I'm just answering somebody in our tech support. I have actually had, I've not really been able to run out. I don't know. I mean, I've got a pretty powerful computer. You know, it's a gaming computer, lots of RAM and all that stuff. So I really have a problem running two races. You know, and all this is going to be, when I say fixed, I mean, we're going to another different server technologies, hopefully by the end of this year. And a lot of this stuff will, you know, will be, well, as I say, call it fixed. So I'm only running one race, okay? So what I would do is maybe just pick your most popular race and see if you just close, make sure you save the other races to the cloud, of course, and get rid of them and see if that helps, okay? That's all I can say. Because see, my race is fine. When I know something is going on, I mean, and I know what you're going through, you know, maybe it'll pause, something is moving up and it just sort of pauses or overlaps or just stops, you know, like it's not doing that. It's not sort of reasonably, seamlessly moving higher as something is winning a race. So I would get rid of a couple of your like only have one going, okay? If you're still having the problem, then there's something else going on maybe with your system. Yeah, I have no explanation. Might, you know, it might be the server. There's a lot of data being pumped through these. So, all right. So let me keep going, guys. So paper trading, simulation trading. You know, so this, you know, again, if you're new to trading, cannot emphasize enough to practice trading before you commit money to the market. You know, we're a great scanner, but the program is called Trade Ideas. Okay, we're not called Trade. When you see an alert, take the trade immediately. That's not what we're called. We're called Trade Ideas. So when I get an alert, doesn't mean I just take the trade. You know, obviously I've got some trading experience, so I'm checking to see a couple things. What's the market doing? You know, is the market just collapsing on me and I'm trying to go long something? Yeah, maybe I don't want to do that. So a lot of the things that we see are kind of oblivious to what the rest of the market is doing, you know, because these are a lot of these stocks are just kind of flying under the radar. But still, I want to take a look at what the market's doing. Next, I'm going to take a look on the daily and the monthly and the weekly chart, especially if I get an alert and a stock is near the high of the day. I want to say, okay, great. Where could it keep going until it hits resistance on a daily, weekly, or monthly chart? And I'm always looking to see where the next high is. Okay, because I want to go long something. And let's say I took this trade at 1332, you know, I'm exaggerating here, but if I looked at the daily chart and the next high was at 1340, I wouldn't take the trade as an example. So paper trading, guys. So the link I put in, I'll kind of get to your question in a moment, small steps. I'll be completely honest. I'm not really concentrating that much on my watch list anymore. I know the channel still exists. I know there's races running on it. And, you know, it's all based on my like symbols, okay? My like symbols, which goes into that best WL, okay? And what I do is I kind of go through them at the end of the day. You know, once the market's closed, I kind of go through them all at the end of the day. And I just kind of make a determination whether or not I want to hold, keep them in the watch list or not. And then I could add some in the morning before the market opens. And so it's hard for me to tell you exactly, you know, but let's say, for instance, I had one and it moved down on the day and then it moved down again. I'd probably take it off the watch list. Okay, I would probably take that off the watch list. Probably not going to be that interesting. Now the simulator. So in the link that I put in, the Brokerage Plus link, in the Brokerage Plus link I put in, There are two videos. There's a short video if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. It shows you how you can use this window to trade from within trade ideas, okay? Now I'm going to get rid of this. I just don't like the way this is. No, I see why the today's profit, because it was way up. So let me see. I'm going to flatten this. This is in the simulator, okay? This was from yesterday. So actually, a small gain, but I'll go over this. Very confusing though, this total P. I mean, anyway, I'll go over this in a bit. So if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, this shows you how you can actually trade from within trade ideas if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. It just means you don't have access to this. Okay, that's all it means. This window that we call Brokerage Plus. That's all it means. I don't use it. I don't use it to trade. I trade from within Interactive Brokers. But it's up to you. And then the second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this. Now, how I like to demonstrate its use, though, is as a simulator. Again, cannot emphasize enough. If you are new to trading, please practice trading first. Now, this is only available if you're using the web-based version. This is not available, and the races are not available. Okay, you have to be using our downloadable application. Look at this SPY, guys. Look at this move here. So I'm going to show you what it would look like. So to load this window called Brokerage Plus, you click on New and then Brokerage Plus. Okay, then this window will show up. You may have different column headings. That's fine. There's all sorts of different column headings. I would make sure you got the positions tab here, and then this should say not connected. So click on Sim underneath the two options, Live and Sims for simulation. And what I'm going to do, just give me a moment here. So you click on Sim. Before you click on Sim, it'll say not connected. I'm pointing it out on my screen. It says not connected down here, okay? So you click on Sim, and then that'll change to account. When it changes to account, click on it, and then you'll see simulated trading default, okay? Now you're in our simulator. So our simulator uses our real-time data. You don't need a broker, okay? If you're still, unsure about who your broker is going to be, but you do want to practice trading, all you need is our standard service. And of course, during the test drive, this will be all available, but all you need is our standard service, and it uses our real-time data. So you don't even need a broker to use this. You know what? What an awesome, incredible short that I didn't take for the T-pick. Made some money on this one on the way up, but look at this drop. I was talking about maybe on that red candle there on the 5-minute, looking at a short, but just got distracted. But if you were listening to me when I was talking about this, you may have taken that short and you'd be up $1.50. Give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. I don't mention this enough, but I really think this is important. I think in this industry, we have the best support, bar none. I mean, this is a free trading room. You can come in every day, well, not every day, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. It's not just about listening to me. We've got great traders in the room, all sorts of different trading styles, different ideas, so if you try to get your feet wet, you're just going to watch and see what we do. Between 12 and 1 every day in our YouTube room. We have another trader taking over for me. And, we all have different trading styles. I'm the active trader in the bunch. The rest of them are a little more into the swing trading. And then from 3:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday in our YouTube room, we've got Chris Farley at Trade Ideas, and he's there. So he can answer questions, especially most of the questions seem to be about, I'm trying to do this within Trade Ideas. How can I do it? So I think we've got tremendous support, tremendous support. So we don't want you to feel that, and I'm talking in general, okay, just anybody who's listening, if you take the program that, oh my gosh, now what? Where can I get support? But understand that you do have to do a little work on your own. Okay, if you don't take that 30-minute introductory video, broken into 10 short videos, I'm not going to have a lot of patience. If somebody says, well, what's an alert window? Well, did you spend 30 minutes on that video? No, I didn't. It's hard for me, I'm a patient guy, but you've got to do some work on your own. Run is a muddy water short. Yeah, and the other thing about this room, yeah, I'm the moderator of the room, but I'm also not a financial advisor. Okay, so you're never going to hear me say, "Okay, guys, take this trade, and here's where you get out. Take this trade right now." What I'm trying to do, you got to think for yourself. But I mentioned this BHC right off the bat here. I said, "Man, look at this, 826." I said it's not quite an all. Well, at that point, I don't think it was an all-time low, but it was close. And the Haywire or Hayward earnings play. I think this was a lifetime low, the ones I absolutely love. But I'm not going to say, okay, guys, you should take this trade. But if you hear me talking about it, you probably know that I'm super interested and more than likely have taken the trade. But I cannot tell you guys to take a trade. I mentioned the T-pick early. Now, I was fortunate, but I mentioned this one, let's see if it takes 16 out again. It's sort of in the first 15 or first, there's that opening candle, okay, and it got up and then it came, and then it got, that opening candle closed just underneath 16. I said, well, let's watch it to see if it takes out 16 again and kind of holds. Now, this is when all the, called the climate change. This is wind turbines. Okay, so of course climate change in the news today, EVs, solars, etc. So I did hop on this. I was fortunate because look what happened afterwards. But I'm not going to say, okay, guys, when this hits 16.15, you should take this trade. Well, they are individual. Okay, if you go to my homepage, Martin, these are all individual. So can you go to my homepage? You have my link. Go to the scan section. They're not in a doc on my homepage. They're all broken out in the free floating. Okay, can you go to my homepage? If you don't have my link, I'll give it to you. Okay, so if you go to my homepage, okay, so if you go to my homepage, go to the scan section, click here, and here they are. These are not in a doc. Here are the four individual are right here. Okay. Just one moment, please. Hey guys, I'm sure you probably heard the barking dog. Yeah, but you know what, Martin? Don't worry about docs. I mean, docs are fine. Like if you go to the guide, it's all laid out how to create a doc. If you've gone to the guide and you still don't understand, how to create a docked window, I can go over it later. The only reason for docs, it's kind of nice to have to group things together so I can move them around, but it's not mandatory. I still have free float. I still have some free floating windows. It's not mandatory. You don't have to put anything into a dock. Okay. So I wouldn't worry about it, not being able to. But have you gone to the guide though and looked at the docking section? You still don't get it? Okay. Well, if you're around later on, maybe, I don't know, half an hour from now, I'll just demonstrate, how to do it. But again, I wouldn't get hung up on it because it's not necessary to do. All right, now let's take a look at the racing, okay, guys, and just to show you what the racing is based on and why I'm, other than today, I have, spent 99% of my time staring at this race. Today is an exception because there was just so much going on in this 10-day daily breakdown. In fact, let me take a look at cash. Okay, so cash is actually not breaking down much. Oh, anyway, what is the race? The race always stops off, and again, you go to the guide, okay? Go to the guide and look at TI stock racing. I want to show you because, yeah, I can go over this, but I don't expect anybody to remember everything I'm saying. So it is, the guide is there for you. So if you click on the education section and you click on the TI user guide, and then you'll see TI stock race. So if you click on that, we've got, I think, a couple of videos, but it's well explained, everything about it, okay? And I don't want to hear, well, I'm too lazy to do that. Then I have no time. Okay, but seriously, we get people not here in this room. Get an email saying, you know what, I see the guy, but I'm too lazy to do it. So somebody please hold my hand and take me through it, every step. It's pretty tough, I mean, we got great support, but we do expect people to at least take the time to read some information. So anyway, a race is always started with a top list. And so what I'm using is the biggest gainers from the open percent. Okay, that's the top list window, and it's very simple. Right click, configure, summary. I'm just looking for stocks between $1 and $50. The volume has to be at least 200,000 shares, and I want the stock to be positive. Okay, in other words, it's up from yesterday's close, so it's positive. Okay, that's what I'm doing. You don't have to do the same thing, but that's what this race is based on. So let's take a look. I'm going to duplicate this window and explain, how you would even start a race. So you have a top list window. And by the way, you can also create a race based on stocks that you want to follow. You may have a basket of stocks. Maybe there's 20 or 30 stocks that you want to follow, and you would like to create a race based on. And I'll explain what I mean by a race. But first, you right click on the top list window, and it should say launch real-time stock race. So here's where you start. I'm sticking with 10 card or 10 symbols. I don't need to see more. So I'm sticking with 10. But the key thing here is the minutes to run. So I'm running a race every 4 minutes. So that means a race runs, it starts. After 4 minutes, it stops, and then another one will begin. Okay. It's up to you to figure out, how, what you like your time for your race. I think a minute is probably too short, but it's up to you. Why did I choose 4? I don't know. I just picked 4. It seems to work for me. Now here's the key, based on. So when I click that little down arrow, what I'm going to see are all of the column headers. Move this over, all of the column headers that I see in my top list. There's a change in 15-minute percent, change from the open, relative volume, change from the close, etc. Okay, so I can base the race on any one of these column headers. Common question we get is that, well, I like the base arrays. I like the idea of the change from the open, but my top list doesn't have that change from the open. You've got to add it as a column. Okay. And if you do, then when you use this little drop down, you'll see it. So I base my arrays on the change from the open. Sort, always use delta till further notice. Okay. Always use delta value, the change. That's why when something is starting to win a race, it starts moving to the top of the leaderboard. Okay, that's why we see this. If you use delta. I like to replace cars. What would happen if I didn't is that let's just say NMM was winning a race. It was okay. It's going to start another race. But if one of these was winning a race, it would just stay here. Now you might like that. I like it to actually move to the top. Okay, but it's up to you. No right or wrong. Now, show company logos. If you don't have that as an option, you have to have our latest beta. Okay, another common question, because the original just had these race cars, and that's going by the wayside. The race cars won't even be an option anymore. It'll just be the show company logos. So if you don't have that as an option, you have to have our latest beta. Go to our homepage and download the latest beta. And then last, auto rerun. Okay, so I think that makes sense. When a race ends, you want the next race to automatically start. The other thing that I like to do is I right click, and I like to have the show top 10 winners. When you do that, you'll see right there, you see number 1 is JCSE. That means, and the 3 beside it, that means it won a race 3 times today. And so at the end of the day, you'll have the top 10 winners. I'll be honest. I mean, today's racing is not as exciting as it's been for the last 3 weeks. By this time, normally we have one stock that's probably won 10 races, another one that's won maybe 8 races, and then this turns into a great watch list of stocks to follow all day long. Okay. So that's the racing, guys. Now, what is it actually doing? So before we had racing, of course, we still have top lists. Top lists are wonderful. Top lists are, let me sort on this column. Well, I'm sorting on the change from the open column, okay? So top lists were used to say something like, well, show me the stocks that are up the most today, or show me the stocks that have the highest relative volume, or show me the stocks that are traded the most today in terms of volume. Okay, and so you could sort on any one of the column headers that you've got, and you would see those stocks. So for instance, I've sorted right now on the stocks that are up the most from the open. Okay, so right at the top of the list is SkyX at 28%. Okay, next is ARDS 21%, etc. But when I look at this, can I tell if actually SKYX is moving right now by staring at this? I mean, I suppose if I stared at this and that 28.9 turned to 29, then 29.2, and then 20, but that'd be crazy, right? So, and what if something down here was really starting to move? I would have really no idea that that is what is happening. That's what the race is all about. When the race starts, everybody's starting at the same position. And so a stock that is moving the most on the change from the open you'll see it start to move up to the top of the leaderboard. Okay. Again, SKYX, yes, it's the biggest one in this list, change from the open. But again, I can't really tell if it's moving. Whereas I'm looking at this max N and it's moving right now. Now it's only 1.77%. A lot of times we'll see something that all of a sudden out of nowhere is like 5, 10, 15%. You got to click on it to see what's happening. Okay, so the whole idea of the races then is that it's sort of a hybrid between a list of stocks that you want to follow and real-time alerts. And of course, then you don't have to stare at the list to see what's moving. And the other thing is, for me, other than today, which I've concentrated on the 10-day daily breakdown, it allows me to focus on one window. One of the issues that we have with trade ideas, one of the common, I don't want to say complaints, your program is too hard. I don't know where to look. I don't know what to do. Even if you've looked at the guides and everything, you're still uncertain. I've got all these alert windows that I've created, and all I'm doing is I'm clicking like mad all day long on all these different alerts, and I'm getting nothing done. So what we're really trying to do as a company is to really showcase the races. Okay, now again, this is my race. Okay, biggest gainers from the open percent. You can construct a race on any top list you want. Okay, but this is what I like to do. It doesn't have to be what you like to do. And then in conjunction with our price alerts. So for instance, OLB, again, it's nothing dramatic. It's only 1%, but I'll click on OLB right now. Okay. I look at it and go, yeah, I don't like it. But what if it got up to this level? Okay. I'll just put a price alert. What if it got up to this level? I want to know about it. And this level meaning I'm going to put a price alert. Right. Whoops. Create a price alert at 158. Now you're going to see it show up here. So at this point, I don't have to stare at it anymore. If this never takes out this high here, fine. Okay. But can you see that you can start using the stocks that are like, let's take a look at JCSE. I mean, this is one that this was one of the more awesome shorts in recent memory. Of course, we had two today, but that went from 1324 all the way down to 3. And that showed up on that 10-day daily breakdown. But let's just say for argument's sake, well, you know what? Maybe it gets going again if it hits 2. Put a price alert there. You just right click, create the price alert. It says 198. I'll leave it there. Save it. That's it. So there's a blue line. So if JCSE gets up to $2, I'll know about it because this price alert window will let me know. two or more topless windows. No, each topless window is unique. So you can't say and now have another one and merge it into one. No, I wouldn't see the no. The bottom line is no. Unbelievable. Yeah, that's HKD. Unbelievable. IPO back here a few days ago, 2 weeks ago, maybe 14 to 100 almost. All right, guys, what time is it? 11:22. So, oh, that'll Denver. That depends on your broker. I've seen I've seen rarely at Interactive Brokers the next day, sometimes 2 days, but it depends. I don't think there's no hard and fast rule. If you ask Zach, I mean, Centerpoint may have shorts available today. I don't know, but maybe the next day. There's no hard and fast rule. Certainly, it'll vary from broker to broker. Okay. Yeah, so this ECBK, yes, this is an IPO. And what Boy, it says cheap one, only $89 million, 8.9 million shares at 10. So it's above the IPO price. And this is, these are really awfully tricky. But I mean, I'm not saying this is going to do what HBK did, but this was an IPO, another cheap IPO, or HK, what was it? Not HKD, sorry, HKD. Jeez, HKD. So this was an IPO back here, similar in terms of probably the number of shares and the share price that it was offered. I think this is even cheaper, around $5. I mean, and if you're asking, well, why don't? And I'm not trying to be mean. It's just that, if you're trying to find a rational explanation of why something would go from, 10 to 100 like that, there is none. Look at this SPY, guys. Wow. Look at this SPY just absolutely surging. PTPI or PTPI, so Ugh. Oh, man. So the company basically, too bad this was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, because when the company came out and said it's a fraudulent press release about being an acquisition, etc. See, that's what the SEC should be looking at. Okay, Chandru, okay. Or Dow, well, somebody, okay, somebody should be responsible for that, looking into that. Because how many shares were traded? PTPI. I mean, 50, like 16 million shares. And people are saying, yeah, look at this, it's going to be bought. I mean, look how, I mean, Zach, I haven't looked at any of these. I haven't had any chance. Car races run based on a minimum $1. Um, Look at all these alerts. Now, some of them are duplicates. Well, first of all, you can't run a car race on a momentum. Like, what are you trying to run the race on? I'm not aware that the race has to be based on a minimum $1. I'm not aware of that. I've never really thought about it. But let me do this. Let me duplicate this window. Okay, and now I'm going to configure, and now I'm going to change this. The price is, I don't know, 50 cents. Oops. How about 30 cents? 0.30 and a max of, I don't know. I mean, hopefully I'll get some, but 0.99 as an example. 30 cents and 99 cents. Okay, so here they are. Launch the real-time stock race. We'll run it every 2 minutes. I just change from the open, delta. Okay, auto rerun. I think I'm done. Start the race. Okay, so I'm not quite sure what you're talking about then. Car races are run based on a minimum $1. I mean, I'm seeing these are moving. These are all under $1. So I'm not sure what you meant there, Chandru. Chandru. I mean, these are races that are certainly everything is under $1 and it's working. So maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're talking about. Yeah, I mean, look at this. I mean, it's working. So I'm not sure what you meant. So Zach, you can run a race based on penny movers if you want. Zach and Dak? Well, yeah, I mean, but that's why I changed this to 30 cents to 99 cents. I thought what he meant was you had to have at least $1 as your minimum in your price range. Well, when you say do you change it, your top list determines, what's going to happen. Okay, your top list determines it. So configure, and so you put a price range in that you want. If you want, anything less than $1, which is what I did. So your top list will determine the price range that you're looking at. Does that not make sense? I mean, the same thing. I mean, remember the top list is, you run your race based on your top list, and your top list will have certain filters in there. So for instance, the volume today, 200,000 shares as an example. If you look at the extreme winners from our channel, and that their top list is based on a minimum of 20,000 shares as an example. I upped it to 200,000 shares. I didn't want to see some of these really, ones that were, yeah, are moving, but on hardly any volume. Now you can, I don't want to do it here because it might disrupt my leaderboard, but I think you can, if you right click and then you can change the setup, the range set, or the setup, the configuration. Okay, so I just duplicated it. So, oops, who are you? Here you are. So I duplicated it. So if I stop it and I right click and it says, and I can open the top list. Okay. And so I could make the change, from within the race itself. I could make a change. I right click, configure, and then the summary. I can make a change right now if I want. All right, guys, I basically out of everything. I have a little piece of this BHC left just in case it does something even crazier, but I'm out of everything right now. I'm exhausted. what a morning. All right, 11:35. So let me answer, Mike, are you still around? You had the question about docking. I mean, I'll show you, but again, it's not 100% mandatory that you know how to dock. You can answer in the off topic if you're still around. And I'll just demonstrate how to dock and all. You know what this is showing me, with the fact that the races are kind of a little stagnant today. I mean, there's only one that's won 3 races, which is really unusual at this point of the day, is showing me that, because a lot of these are just these smaller, low floats, lots of volume, but low floats that the traders are just filing into these earnings plays right now. So at this point, what I'm really waiting for is for some stock that we haven't even seen yet, that all of a sudden, like this one. What is this one doing? VVPR. Now this is a VVPR. So look at this, it's starting to move here, but I mean, again, look left on this daily chart. What do we see? What I see is lots of resistance, potential resistance right around that 150 mark. So I take a pass. The ARDs. I mean, this is a pullback. All right, I saw Mara and Riot dropping in the pre-market. Let's see how Bitcoin is doing. BITO. Yeah, not a big move. Now let's take a look. I should have done it. Well, I had no time. Let's take a look. New Doc channel bar. And now we're going to look at the change from the open. We're probably going to see a different look now for sure. Remember now, all the energy plays were above the close of yesterday. Aha. See how this is dramatically changed. I love demonstrating this. That's why the change from the open is the way to go. So if you were in the room about 10 minutes before the open, we showed this one. I went down to where are you? There's the sector status, okay? So these are the major sectors. So when we looked at this 10 minutes before the open, XLE as an example, every single stock was above the close of yesterday. So that was 100%. That was green 100%. Look at what's happened since the market is open. And I haven't checked the price of oil. I haven't checked anything like that. 95% of them are below the open. Doesn't mean they're below the close of yesterday, but it means when they opened, 95% of them are below their opening price. So they've been fading. Okay, when you look at technology, 80% are above the open. Communication, 72%. But there is a dramatic difference. So if you were taking, if you looked at the pre-market and thought, wow, okay, look at all these oil stocks are all up from yesterday's close. I'm going to pile into oil. You would have probably been hurt. Okay, because look what happened from when the market opened. They all, like the ones that make up XLE. I'm not saying every single oil stock, of course, or energy play, but all these stocks that make up XLE have faded from the open. So that's why, the change from the open, in my opinion, is the way to go. Don't worry about, who cares about, where it is in relation to yesterday's close. What is it doing today? And you know what's doing something today right now is Sega maybe taking out 20. 1998 is where it got to. Okay, so I don't see Mike. He asked about docking and all, so I was going to demonstrate it, but I don't see that he answered my question, so I will not do it. No, you've been trying to short ULCC, I take it? So again, ULCC is popping. I guess the existing shareholders are saying, okay, finally, the drama is over. They're not going to be bidding for Save. They've withdrawn, which has led to Jetblue sort of emerging as the winner. And I say sort of because this is still in doubt. I mean, the price, the acquisition price is 33.50, but there are probably tons of regulation hoops that they're going to have to hurdle. Oh, you were going. Oh, I see. I thought it's just because it's on Zach's topping scan. I thought you were trying to short that. Can you add a chart pattern to the chart? Chart pattern to the chart. Don't know what you mean exactly. Answering somebody in our YouTube room. I mean, you can add indicators. I'm not sure I understand what you mean by a chart pattern to the chart. I mean, you can add, we have a lot of indicators you can add. Right click, indicators. So these are all the indicators that you can add. But I actually don't really know what you mean by that. So I just saying, no, we don't have patterns, but I'm not sure I understand what you mean by a pattern. No, you mean somehow on the chart, it's going to say this is a double bottom here, or no, in that regard, no. Actually never thought of that. This is an amazing move. 1, 2, 3, 4, straight up, 1 hour straight up and still moving. I mean, you can create, in theory, you can create alerts, with chart patterns, but I'm hesitant to say, because I think chart pattern recognition is really hard. But if I right click on an alert window and click on configure, okay, and then click on search and category. Okay, so here's some, here we have candle patterns, end of candle, geometric patterns. Okay, so here's a geometric pattern. I've never used any of these. I'm not, but here's a double top, double bottom as an example. Okay, so you can, and I've never used any of these in the 12 years I've had the program, but you can try and see what sort of, patterns you're getting from them. All right, guys, 11:46. I'm just going to confirm that Steve in our YouTube room taking over for me at noon. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, you're right. I guess FinViz, I looked at FinViz before, and I guess you're right. Yeah, we don't do that. Whew. Okay, guys, this ECBK is not a recommendation. I put an alert at the high of the day, and let's just see what happens if it takes out that high. Very risky. It's actually traded in a fairly pretty tight range. I mean, 1380 to 1420. That's a very tight range for an IPO of this nature. Yeah, well, I can't get hurt here, really. I mean, I know this is halted for news. I still have a little piece of this BHC. I mean, unless it went to 100, I'm not too concerned though. Need a moment, please. Mute Sega, guys, over 20 now. Well, let's see if 20 holds. Keep an eye on Sega, guys. The longer it holds 20, I mean, it's an all-time high now. Might form a nice little base to trade off of. Interesting. I mean, the GovX is not moving at all, really. Okay, don't look at ULCC DAC, but it is still moving higher. It keeps giving that. I keep getting that alert from DAC from ZachScan to short it. Is what I'm talking about. Topping plays, but it started at 1289, 1276, First one, 12.17. So, I mean, difficult, really difficult to try to pick a top on this one. Yeah, this is just a surge, ULCC. Shareholders are applauding, finally, saying enough of the drama. Also, I didn't realize this, guys. I actually didn't realize it's also an earnings play. I didn't even realize it was an earnings play also. So I think it's sort of the double here. Better than expected Q2 EPS, sales results, and also the fact that the drama is over. Oh, we're just talking about an intraday short sometimes. Come on. At some point, it's going to be a short, okay? At some point. Okay, is it Steve? Yes. No, okay, I see that. Thank you, Dak. Okay, guys, keep an eye on that SIGA. It's just dropping a little bit below that 20 level. And let's see if it regains it and launches from there. So the SkyX is showing up, at the top of the leaderboard because it's trying to lift here. What I found yesterday is that we had very few pullback plays that worked. Okay. Now I'm not saying this is not going to, but I did yesterday, and the days before that from the races. So, that's what the races can identify too. Pullback plays at base and then start to move. Just didn't see great continuation yesterday. Now this may change. I don't know. SkyX. I probably wanted to take out the 570 mark. So that's what I'm going to do. And if it takes out the 570 mark, maybe it'll have a run in it. I know I missed that. I didn't say. I knew it was moving early. I knew that, but I missed your post about it. But I knew it was moving early once the other deal was off, or once their deal was off. All right, guys, focusing on SIGA really. See if it holds that 20 and really jumps from there. And I'm really intrigued by what might happen with ECBK if it takes out that high. All right, guys, SIGA holding 20. I guess you left out the pulling your leg. Okay, guys, so what time is it? 11:57. So I'm going to put my announcement in. I'll be on mute. I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. And I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over there when Steve is probably a couple of minutes from now. Muddy water sucks. Boy, this SIGA, guys, the longer it holds over 20, you're going to get a lot of people interested, I think, and it might just have that crazy run. I can't remember how many shares in the float at SIGA. So it's not crazy low, 40 million. There he is. I heard a little pop. I mean, Steve, you must be there.
Yeah, you heard it.
All right. All right. Well, awesome day for me and my it's the first day I really haven't paid as much attention to the races. The 10-day daily breakdown is just incredible.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
playing breakdowns.
yeah, BHC, HAYW. Take a look at BHC. Now it's halted for news now. Take a look at BHC.
BHC. Oh yeah, wow.
And then its companion, BLCO.
A couple of Canadian companies getting whacked around.
Now let's not bring nationalities into it.
So here's a funny story. If I click on SkyX, right,
Yes.
what do you see on my screen there? A couple of early sales. I was actually long this guy. I've been swing trading. This is a funny story. Marissa had me do a one-on-one with an affiliate who wanted to understand more about trade ideas, and he showed me back here. He's like, "Oh, I love this SkyX. I know the CEO. It's a great, cool electronic construction technology." I saw that volume and I said, God, I should be swing trading this. So I swing traded it, played it perfectly, bought it back again 3 days ago, right down here on the 10 SMA. And as you can see, I sold half and half way too early today. So that's kind of
Oh,
funny.
wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But look, Larry, Barry, there's my 10
Larry,
SMA, right?
Barry, Harry.
Larry, Barry, Harry, Carrie. Look, the 10 SMA, we talk
Yeah,
about this all the time. Yeah, I heard you talking about the pullback in SkyX. Is it going to pull back and dig in? Well, it's trying to dig in right there.
it is. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, it's my
You're
favorite
absolutely
level.
right.
But I had a good trade here. I helped pay some mortgage bills, and I just let it go. But hope you guys can make sense of it.
I make sense of it. So, but I'll leave you now. I'll probably show up at about 5 to 1. And
Yeah, I got to go to that developers meetings now.
okay. Oh, I'm sorry. What time? Do you want me to be 10 to 1? I
Five till
mean,
five till is
it's up
fine.
to you.
No,
Five
five
to?
till's good.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. All
sounds
right.
good.
I'll put myself on mute and have fun.
See ya. Hey, everybody. Hello, Rajiv. So I'm experimenting with some more races. Everybody seems to be into using the races. I've done something interesting here, though. Look at this. I put Tesla and Apple in there just to kind of illustrate a point. I think we all know by now that if you're looking for the action and you're trying to play your favorite stocks over and over every single day, well, actually, for the moment, Tesla and Apple aren't doing that bad. But I'm going to take those out. Yeah, there they go. Now they go to the bottom. It's just a great reminder of how we can get dogmatic in the stocks that we like to trade and go back to the same well over and over. But there are so many different things happening in these EDU stocks. Wow, Andy's been all over this one too. Interesting. I'm going to take off Apple and Tesla. So we don't need to look at those. And I don't know what the AI's been doing today. I haven't really looked at it. Looks like they got a couple things going on in there. But I'll be here for an hour, whatever you guys want to talk about. He's good by me. All right, Asia, Maxim. I can't type with that. Did I do that right? MAX MF. Ah, Max, I knew that sounded MAXN. So yeah, boy, solar today. If you guys hadn't noticed, it's trade of the week a couple weeks ago. Reversed, put in a giant. I mean, look at this beautiful tail here. I mean, in hindsight, that bottoming tail said it all. You know, complete washout of the stops below the 50-day. So the solar ETF has been on a move for a couple of days now. And then we get the overnight news, apparently, of legislation moving back in favor. So the gap comes back up again. Matter of fact, I think this was the gap that took it down, and the exact same opposite news gapped it back up. Somebody voting for MG deal. But to answer your question, MAX Sen. So yeah, the sector is on fire. That is the sector to be in today. Obviously, the morning push has moved. There's the beautiful consolidation on the open, followed by the 10 SMA pushing it higher. But now we're getting into the middle of the day portion. Momentum can maybe die out a little easier this time of day. Big note on the look left. Okay, 200-day failed, 200-day double failed. So if this can take back the 200-day moving average and close above it today, well, then that's going to be a minor victory for today. And that's something that could be built upon going forward as a swing trader. That's what I am. So you can just see this 200-day moving average has been a very looming, nasty dark cloud that does not let the price close above. So any close above that and holding for the next day or two would be a big win. And again, that's something that could be built upon. Intraday, again, we're pulling back here midday. I think you just kind of want to see if the buyers step back in and hold this 14 level using that 10 SMA. That's probably what the intraday stuff's telling us. Oh, hey, Mike. No, the webinar this week, I kind of just did what I'm showing right here. The AI it's always been interesting, but I haven't really used it much. I'm not really a day trader, and I know what I'm looking for, but I'm slowly seeing everybody here, and I'm one of the last holdouts of being an old trader, warming up to the action of the races. Definitely, we are all seeing the light here in terms of what these do is focus our mind towards where the action is. If you're a day trader, a momentum trader, not a scalper like Barry, who was not a scalper, but a momentum trader, whether you're playing the upside or like he was doing today, playing the downside races, doesn't matter. These are going to show you where the action is. So my focus, Mike, was I'm taking the AI off of my main, visual layout, if you will, because I'm going to find more value, I think, in the races. Now, am I the kind of guy who's like Barry, who sees something like SKYX and then set an alert for a move back up through one step? No, I'm not a intraday player. If you missed it, I explained to him that I've been swing trading this stock, and I've actually came in long the last 2 or 3 days holding it, and this nice little breakout. I started to take some profits on it, but boy, it really went faster than I thought it would. So I'm using the races here as a substitute for the AI to find ideas. And maybe there's something that I like on here that I can mark up in real time and use as a swing trade. But I'm not going to be chasing, certainly I'm not going to jump into SIGA, when it looks like this. This is not how I swing trade. I don't look for extended moves like that. But the point is, I'm mixing up my layout here a little bit, trying not to be just, too stall stalwart in the way you've always been doing things. You've got to be open to change and mixing things up. So I'm trying to open up a new layout here and bring in some new ideas. But there's just activity all over the place. If I see something I like, more than likely I'm just going to mark it up on a daily chart, and then maybe in a day or two it'll come into play. So what I'm saying is I'm not chasing new highs. I am not a day trader, momentum trader like Barry, but I do want to know what's going on in the market. So that's what you missed, Mike, on Tuesday. Nothing really new scan related. I did go into the A table. It's full of swing short setups again. I'm long some of this ESTE in two different accounts, actually, probably longer than I should be, but I've got faith in it because of the short float. If you look up there on my screen, hang on a second. All right, short float, 33% of only 40 million. Okay, this is an energy company, oil and gas, nat gas. So what's USO doing? Not bad. It's got himself a little recovery tail today. So this one, ESTE and Esther, it's kind of following oil around. But again, if you're short this name, the last thing you want to do is be on the wrong side of the boat when only 40 million shares are being traded and 33% of those are short. You've all got to run to buy to get out. That's kind of what I'm hoping is going to happen over there. Also, I've got to say, I've been in and out of silver. I was bullish back here, but I had to admit I was wrong and just waited. I got back in a couple weeks ago, and this one might be a pretty good entry here. So I've been holding some PSLV again, brand new, fresh position, much better entry this time, and we'll see what happens. I think the Fed had a lot to say yesterday and spooked the metals market. What's the dollar doing? The UUP is a good one for that. It came off a little bit yesterday. So that's all I'm really doing. Not a whole lot. Yeah, again, I did sell out of that SKYX earlier, but boy, left a lot on the table on that one. I'm watching ESTE here. I'm hoping for, I'm going to put a price alert right here. So if it gets back to new high of the day, I'll at least know about it. I've got an offer to sell, as you can see up here, right under the, matter of fact, let me show you something. So if I go to, and this is, people ask me sometimes, well, do you use anchored VWAP? Well, in a position where I'm winning and I want to try and find an upside target that makes sense, well, sometimes I'll come in here and do an anchored VWAP. So I'm going to anchor off of the high candle and look at that purple line comes right down here close to where my order is, which is also close to where the 50-day moving average is on here as well. We'll just mark this one up again. Oh, shoot. There we go. So there's a lot of resistance coming up here. Anchored VWAP in purple, $15 level. There's my target. So I'm just going to sit and let this thing hopefully work, and maybe the short squeeze will materialize, and it'll be a quick trip up to my offer. I can take a profit on that. So that's all I'm really doing right now personally. Mike, boom, hit TLRY from Holly. Holly's trading TLRY today, pot stock. Let's go look. I think you're talking about something else. TRLY. Oh, TRLY. Oh, I'm confused. You got me confused. But nonetheless, Bill, hopefully you made some money. Let's catch up here. Hari, currently long MCD with CDSs. Your CDS has expired this week. So all I can do is I can tell you what the chart looks like as far as your expirations go. That's up to you. But your long MCD, that looks really good. Let's look left and see if there's anything. You got earnings a couple of days ago. We just cleared this level. Okay, so check this out. You've got this level coming up right here. I would venture to guess that you might want to take some profits off if you've got profits to take, if it can get up to that level coming up here. call that 262, 263. Etsy. Etsy is also having a really nice day. You know, as long as Etsy just stays, look at that nice test of the 10. As long as Etsy stays above this 10 today, momentum will stay intact. But I like to take profits once these things start to dribble down and close below their intraday 10 SMA. That tells me momentum is dying, and that's probably the best you can squeeze out of profits on that. Did you have some more in this question here, Etsy? Oh, you had Mara too. Let's look at Mara. I don't know about Apple because Apple's got earnings today. Mara, another good shot. It's probably going to try and come up here to this 1412 level and at least test those prior highs. Likely maybe even push through them, run some stops, and maybe you could take some profits on those. But if you have weekly expirations coming up here, those are going to be difficult. I'm not an expert in trading CDSs. And Apple going into earnings looks like, boy, it's running right into its 200-day moving average. So there's going to be a lot of overhead supply to deal with and contend with in Apple this afternoon. Hopefully that helped, Hari. Rajiv, Tesla is up today because, yeah, Munchin is put right. And so the EVs and the solars and all of those are having a really good day because complete reversal from 2 weeks ago. Send somebody a chart here. Hang on a second. Okay. So, all right, back to Hari. Shack is a decent swing. Let's take, I don't use the 100 SMA. I used to. But let's see what it looks like. Shake Shack is looking good. Broke its 50-day, pulled back, built a nice higher base camp, and now pushing higher. Big resistance level coming through here. So at this point, you know, I would switch over to the 10 SMA, okay? And, you know, if you're in profit taking mode, just use this for your intraday profit because this could very well close above and maybe you have some follow through tomorrow. Maybe you get some profits tomorrow. But the last thing you want to see is a break of this nice intraday momentum and then try and pull back and close under 50. I don't think you're going to want that, but it looks good. Hopefully it just continues. You know, a lot of people were leaning short. We had a lot of bearish sentiment. The market was extremely bearish. And when you get everybody leaning on the wrong side like that, you can get some really healthy movement. So, you know, we might have some additional movement higher over the next few days, even though you know, the economy is in the shitter and the numbers are crap. It doesn't mean anything, does it? We all see the same thing. Bad news is good news for the market these days because they all think that the Fed's going to pivot again and make trading and investing easier with cheaper money. Okay. Yeah, Mike, I'm not going to chase my tail. Number one, it's not my style anymore to be a quick trader like Barry. God bless him. He can do it and other guys can do it. But I have so many distractions and multitasking things, chats, 3 conversations going on at once during the day when, you know, when I'm not on here. I just can't do it. And I'm not going to try and sacrifice something to make it work. So I like to just play in the slow lane. And, you know, every now and then I'll get a couple of nice moves like this SKYX, left some on the table, but doesn't matter. I nailed it twice now. And again, I'm waiting on this ESTE. It's creeping back towards highs. Really hoping to get a nice short squeeze, and I'm laying in wait right up here, being a contrarian. I've already positioned myself down here in this consolidation. All I did was come to the A table and said, okay, what's going on? Who's short? Tons of shorts in MSTR, tons of shorts in this one. Matter of fact, there's so many shorts in this one, we might want to just put a price alert in there. This is how I do it. Okay, get ahead of the game. PMVP, yeah, whatever. So I was just coming through here, looking at some charts, and I saw this ESTE right here. I saw this consolidation, just riding the 10 SMA, change in wins. Now, if you've got a lot of people sitting short a stock that's starting to change its wins, you might get a nice quick move. And everybody likes a quick move, whether you're a day trader or a swing trader. It just makes it easier. You don't have to wait. So I positioned myself in anticipation, added to it yesterday when it broke and closed above that 200-day. Now I'm flipping the script. I'm just doing my thing, emails, chats, webinars, whatnot. But I've got my offer out here to sell. So I'm always being contrarian to what I expect to happen. I'm never chasing. I'm never chasing the herd. I'm just trying to always be one step ahead. All right. Stocks like this, Mike. Yeah, you could do that. You can go to the stocks like this. What was it? HKD. This one is a new issue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It barely has 8 or 9 days of trading. So new issues don't have a big database in our system. So if I was to go to stocks like this and try and see, what's going on, I don't know. There could be some interesting ideas that come out there. Sounds like you did it. Good job, Harry. Always nice to take profits. So yeah, you can go to that stocks like this, which is a really crazy little tool for those that don't know. I believe it's in support. Traders, stocks like this. So this is like a reverse engineering thing. All right. So what was it? HKD. Today, start time, let's do 9:45 a.m. on a 5-minute chart. What was happening on this? So it was doing volume spikes. It was making a new low. So, I mean, I'm not a big fan of stocks like this because, as you can see, it's just a giant rabbit hole of ideas that you could go down and try and chase. Yeah, there was that new low right there on that red bar. So, now that it's making new highs, it's probably lighting up all kinds of new different events. But that's one tool that we do have that some people like to use just to see if there's a way to go back and see something they might have missed. All right, let's see here. TRU, right. I thought we might have been close on that one. AI. Yeah, look at that. Nice steady grind in the TRU trade there. That's good. I understand what you were saying now. Moving on here. TBLT. Let's see. TBLT. A squeeze waiting to happen. Yeah, 39% short float. Ooh, 2 million in circulation. Yeah, this thing can be just nasty if you're on the wrong side of it. So, maybe you just come in here and that little ridge right there midday, you could come in there and you could pop a price alert in there. And if you wanted to chase momentum, I mean, I wouldn't be against this. If this thing broke back above that blue line, it very well could be some additional momentum in the form of a short squeeze. God, my hard drive is just spinning like crazy. Must have a lot of stuff open. Yep. Yeah, when you only have 2 million shares in the float, you'll get some nasty movement like that we're looking at the moment. Hari, Dollar Tree. Yeah, I saw that chart the other day. It didn't look bad. $1.53. So didn't have earnings, but it fell down on that big tech wreck day when Walmart warned. All right, so that's what was going on there. And it looks like it recovered nicely. Look at the 50-day SMA hold 2 days in a row. A nice little, see that attempt yesterday to run the stops in the morning and rebound? Well, when you look left and you see that happening right at a key moving average like the 50, that's an interesting little area. So it's building on top of that. But now you're running right into the headwinds. I mean, if you're positioned, I would say just sit with it, see what happens, but you're going to run right up into these moving averages here on the daily, and you're going to run right into the 5-day here at 165. So if you wanted to take some profits at 165, that might be a good place to take some if you get it. Yeah, I didn't read your next comment, Harry, but yeah, you and I are on the same page. Support held. Exactly. And the reason for that support is the 50-day SMA. So a good level of interest they're holding. Hello, Tom. Just give me some popcorn and watch HKD go insane. Is it still going? Oh, now I'm afraid I'm starting to freeze up here with this hard drive spinning like crazy. What is this thing? I think I saw it yesterday too. Yeah, digital. Digital finance. New issue. Is this related to Ameritrade? That's a good point, Harry. Yeah, HKD. If you made a profit, getting a pretty good parabolic move here. Just a matter of time before we get some sort of reversion to the mean on that. That's insanity. Yeah, Tom, same thing. Could be some serious bag holders. If you're not taking profits when it's going parabolic like that, you definitely don't want to be chasing it, getting into it. That's the worst thing you can do. Not a problem. Hari, let's take a look at Teva Pharmaceuticals. That's not halted. My system's really slow here. I don't know what's going on. So that HKD was halted, it looks like, huh? Oh, it's going to be ugly when it comes out if it's not right. Another really good push. Look at this. You got to look left right here. You know, this just might be it. This 950 level. It's really going to find some sellers at 950 in TEVA. Big gap up yesterday, a second day of follow through. It's expended a lot of energy to get to where it is right here. So be careful of that big resistance level coming up here at 950. God, it sounds like my hard drive is just going to explode. I wonder if I just have too much stuff running. All right, guys, I think we're caught up on questions. You know, if I go back and look at some of the AI trades here, That was the good one that you mentioned earlier, right? Here's another great example of the 10 SMA. If you don't know how to, if you're new and you're not sure how to manage risk, I can give you just a real simple tool, the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. As long as it stays above that and it's going in the right direction, that's what you want. Here's a short that broke back to the upside. So this short is probably done to the downside with this green candle breaking back above that moving average. Same on this one. It came back and broke back above, but it's just getting sloppy. So just, the AI has just been kind of hit or miss lately. Change from the open. IYR. Ooh, yeah, real estate. REITs have had a really good day. Retail have had a good day as well. All right. What do I think of? What is that? MAIA, 2 million. Let's see. Oh, so it's a new issue. It's hard to say what I think of new issues. I have no idea what they are, and all I can go by is what the footprints in the sand have given us, which is just one big day here. So, if that's the case, looks like it's trading. These education stocks are really doing well. Ah, there goes that SkyX again. Would me to just hold on to at least a third of it. But gosh, look, guys, just look at this. Barry, if you're listening, look at how just perfectly lined up the momentum buyers hold the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. It's like magic. It really is. If you're not using it, you should be. I don't blame you if you're not. So I'm running basically the newest version possible. You guys don't have access to it yet, but I can go back here and see, like, at SkyX and say, okay, well, who came in second? Oh, VRAX came in second on that race, and CMRA came in third on that race. All right. So if you kind of miss things, if you're on the phone or whatever, you can kind of go back and just make sure you didn't miss anything or any charts that you like. There's nothing about these races that says buy, 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 and it's just showing you where the action is. You still have to put your 2 cents to it and figure out what levels make sense for entries, what levels make sense for targets, what levels make sense for risk management, of course, et cetera, et cetera. All right, you set an alert on target. Let's take a look. 161. So, I mean, here is the problem I have with that. It's expended so much energy, and it's not to say it wouldn't work, but, this is what everybody kind of obviously sees, and I think the algorithms know that. The algorithms in the last 10 years have exploited human nature. They've exploited the retail human trader by preying on, what they think is the right thing to do. So just waiting for a break here of 161 to jump in and buy, the algos might let it run for 40 cents and then just reverse it hard and punish everybody who I would consider that to be kind of a chase because it expended all this energy getting back to that level. I expect a bit of a fight to happen. I prefer to be the ones that are, buying contrarian and not chasing breakouts. That's not to say it doesn't work. Barry does it all the time, but he does it on an intraday time frame where he knows there's momentum behind it, and then he's taking quick profits. Me as a swing trader, this has been a pretty good move already off of the last 3 days here. So I just hate to use and wait and look at all that wasted energy getting us back to where we are to expect a brand new blast off through that level without some sort of a breath or some sort of a reversion hiccup there. That's all. That's all I'm saying. FXLY. Did I not type that correctly? Oh, V. Wow. So this thing got hit pretty hard. Is this like one of those education companies that's not doing that well? Yeah, when they have bad news like that, you just want to wait a day or two and see how it's going to sort itself out. It definitely broke the downtrend yesterday at midday, which is nice. And now it's just kind of following that little guiding 10 SMA up. There's nothing wrong with nibbling on something like that. It might, have a date with the declining 10 SMA in a few days. That's what I would be watching out for. Yeah, Hari, I hear you. There was a lot of retail that got pulled down unnecessarily. It's just when I look at price action, I see it through a lens of, how much potential does it have? That's why I like this ESTE trade, because I bought it in consolidation and it's coming out of consolidation, and I'm not chasing the move, I'm participating in the move. So Walmart, it did take a lot of those stocks down. It's just when it comes to all that energy being expended trying to get back through a big number, I think you're going to maybe find a little bit of resistance. There could be some choppiness, and then it could go. If I draw it, maybe it would be something like this. And in the meantime, these moving averages come up and help support it. But I just wouldn't be looking for a hot knife through butter immediately through that level. That's all. All right. I think we're caught up on questions. Silver stocks are probably having a pretty darn good day. Yeah, I'm going to reset my connection there and try and get a better connection. If you guys get little sticky charts or things don't always work as quick, just come up to account and reset your connection. You ping the servers, and hopefully that helps. So definitely a change in tune. Yeah, gold and silver and miners yesterday after the Fed. Big pro gap up, which I'm happy to be participating in. The IYR, the REITs are doing really well. I wonder if there's anything else. I think this VUSI was interesting. Andy called this out earlier. It was an alert that went off, and it's coming out of consolidation, and it does have a very high short float. But I didn't chase it. Now I'm still watching it. What I might do is I might reset this price alert here. If it'll let me do it. Let's just get rid of it. There we go. Maybe reset this price alert. If it comes back and sits on that 10 SMA, I might be interested in that. And see, this would be the genesis of a swing trade for me. Okay. There's the 200-day moving average. We closed above, we've consolidated above. Now we're breaking a wedge above this 200-day. Everything is supportive now in the moving average category. There's nothing oppressive. I didn't want to chase new highs, but I'll tell you what, if this thing pulls back and if this alert goes off, I may log in and buy some for a swing trade. Looking for a short squeeze, 31% of 58 million. Nice chart to confirm a possible short squeeze. You can't just come into these short squeezes and say, oh my God, this thing has a ton of short sellers, I got to buy it. No, they're just ideas, but you got to look at the chart and figure out something that makes sense. There's the ESTE that I'm in. Okay, so ESTE and VUZI are on my radar right now as a swing trader. And I probably will log in and buy some if it pulls back and trips that move that up just a little bit. If it trips that. AMT broke a downtrend. Okay, so AMT is coming out of consolidation nicely. American Tower, REIT. Okay, that's an IYR. That's a REIT. You know, a dividend-paying piece of real estate fund. Yeah, this is a pretty darn good-looking sector, I would think. That's a again, IYR is the main parent sector. Real estate investment trusts, REITs. Go. Okay, nice breakout there. But in that particular case, American Towers, nice consolidation. Now we have a convincing break out of that consolidation with the parent sector, IYR, kind of leading the way. That's a good looking chart. Who put that out there? Hari? Yeah. So they've got they had pre-market earnings. Is that the case? Or are they having earnings after market news? Pre-market earnings report. So it looks like I don't know. Yeah, 5 hours ago they did report. You're right. I just like to verify sometimes. Yep, it was pre-market. I thought I'd see some more volume though from that. But yeah, so you got good earnings behind you now. Decent, I guess. I assume reacting to good earnings, and then you got the parent sector IYR doing good. That's probably a good looking position. It's above all its moving averages. There goes that SkyYX again. Jeez. I guess this company makes a very interesting electronic panel for construction workers. Very cool Wi-Fi, like no more injurious electrical boxes where people get electrocuted, and just making the life of contractors and electricians a lot easier for new house installations. And that's the story, I guess. It's killing me that I'm not in it anymore. Tesla's not doing as well as I thought they would be doing today. VMAR. I'm surprised this one's not doing bad. This is electric boats, EV boat. But look at how thin this thing is. 7,000 shares today. I don't really want to play around in something that does 7,000 shares, average 20,000 shares a day. I just don't feel comfortable in that. Twitter's looking interesting. Shaping up here. It's holding that moving average nicely. All it's going to take probably is one little bit of PR news, and this thing will gap right back up maybe to the 200-day. But if you're in Twitter, it looks like it's holding up nicely. There's the dollar consolidating, but under the moving averages now. If the dollar collapses lower, that's going to be good for silver and gold. What's oil doing right now? Because it's kind of a function of my ESTE trade. Eesh. So ESTE, is that kind of paying attention to that? Yeah, not really. Education company, another one. I think Andy was in that one. I also like to see what's coming through here on the races. Energy, education, okay. What's this? Realty Trust. Okay, so there's your IYR. There's your REITs. Look at that beautiful chart too. Nice break above the declining 50. A whole week of consolidation, and then it had its today. It's having its day. Earnings yesterday. This thing is just off to the races, benefiting from the sector rotation that we've got going right now into the REITs. IYR and solar. Solar was big this morning. Is it still holding up? Basically gapped up and held its own. All right, guys, I'll be here another 15 or 10 or so. Then Barry will come in and relieve me. Anything you want to talk about, any charts you want to look at, we can do it. What's the general market doing out there? We haven't looked at that. Just hanging out near yesterday's highs in the NASDAQ. Broke through yesterday's highs in the S&P. So technology is a little bit probably waiting for Amazon and Apple this afternoon. But the S&P with energy and REITs and financials, they're moving higher than they were yesterday for sure. And then the small caps, the Russell, moving a little bit higher through yesterday as well. Not too bad. eBay, huh? What's eBay doing? I think eBay might be an interesting recessionary play. Does the chart confirm that theory that I just said? Well, maybe it's beginning to, right? People sell and buy things on eBay during recessions. We're definitely in a recession today. I don't care what anybody in the White House says. They're just covering their ass. We are in a recession. Now, eBay. Is eBay going to be a good recessionary stock? Well, it appears it regained its declining 50, which it had not been able to do, consolidated, found its rising 10. Now it's pushing up out of this. I think there's a good case to be made that eBay could be an interesting second half investment for the year. Probably could have a target of 60 up here. It's not a bad looking play, honestly. Earnings coming up a few days from now, so probably pretty closer than you'd want for earnings. Could be a good trade, Hari. You're right. But don't buy breakouts. Buy the pullbacks to areas that make sense. AGRO, what's going on there? Agriculture company, huh? Beef and cattle ranching. So that shit's about to get real expensive. But forget what I just said. Technically, yeah. All right. It broke the 20. Nice consolidation here between the 10 and the 20. It has resolved itself today. If it closed right there, a nice close above the declining 20, you could have the beginnings of a trend reversal. So I never like to get hung up on the story or what the sector is, or I should say what the company is, the business model, things like that. I'm more interested in what's the sector doing, what is the chart of the individual company doing. That's where it becomes more interesting. Again, just a beautiful example of midday support on the 15-minute chart using a 10 SMA. All right, let's see here. Yeah, solar stocks. Well, the market seems to be happy about the way that bill is coming together, so we'll see what happens. AAL, American Air. I saw JetBlue diving this morning, but I think that might have been on a buyout. I'm buying somebody out. So AAL, really messy chart under its moving averages. If oil comes down, that might help them. If oil goes up, that might hurt them. But if you look at the ETF, top-down approach, JETS, it's fighting a little better than American Air. It's holding between the 20 and the declining 50. As long as this sector ETF JETS hangs in there and holds its own, you can try and see how they're doing. What's Southwest doing? Southwest, did they report? Yeah, they reported. Look at that. Yeah, they didn't. That didn't help. That certainly didn't help. So nothing really exciting in those charts, but keep an eye on JETS as they, yeah, they're buying. JetBlue is buying Save, right? TMO's got a nice break. Yeah, nice break above the 200. So it consolidated for a few days underneath, and now it's made its move, gapped up, came down, but the buyers pushed it back through. As long as this thing closes like it is right now, you've got yourself a pretty good reversal above the 200-day in TMO. Earnings, I take it, were today as well. Been seeing Pfizer a lot on here today. They had earnings as well, huh? Sold off and reversed. Okay. Yeah, guys, give me 60 seconds. I'll be right back. I got to do something. All right, I'm back. What did I miss? That's my short squeeze play doing. Just gonna let it work. All right, guys, I'll be here another 5 minutes or so. What do you want to talk about? WBD. Yes, it's been climbing. However, what I'm seeing in my notice right here is it's a rather fresh 50-day moving average that is now coming into play. So I think the reason you're seeing this last hour of selling and consolidation here at 1530 is the algorithms and traders see a declining 50-day SMA. Not a bad thing. It's just a momentary hurdle. Doesn't mean it can't get through it, but that's what's happening here in the moment. But yeah, it's been lifting out of a nice base for sure.
Mr. Gomez.
Yes.
Why don't you talk about my wonderful call about SIGA, SIGA? Just before I was left, I said, watch for a 20 break, guys. And if it holds 20 well, look out. Monkeypox, of course, and high all-time high.
Oh, is that what it is? Ah, a monkeypox play.
Yeah, well, it is the monkeypox play.
The
It's a
monkeypox play.
yeah, it's the one that started it all.
Interesting. Yeah, those are fun to day trade. I get scared holding those things overnight, but good call.
I would never be holding it overnight. You're absolutely
No,
right. This is just
good
a
call nonetheless.
intraday trade for me. And yeah, I mean, it's just I love hearing you talk about I am a momentum trader, absolutely. But as you know, Steve, it's not just about taking a stock just because I made a new high for the day, as you know.
No, no, but if it starts to go again through a level that makes sense to you, yeah,
Yes.
it doesn't have to be a new high of the day.
Doesn't have to be a new high day, but look at SIGA as an example. SIGA,
Hmm.
it was just when it was over 20, it was making a new high for the day, and it was also, of course, the all-time high. And
Uh,
so I kept watching it to see how well was it going to hold that 20, and it dipped down below just a little bit, like the 1992. And then when it popped up over 20 again, I said, you know what, take the darn thing, and see what happens. And here we go. So yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of ways to play the market.
yeah, and
And
I just got these races that just continue to show me this SKYX that I got out of way too early. Jeez.
well, hey, listen, you were talking about that, and I was sort of dismissing it only because yesterday I was noting a lot of these pullbacks that were on the races just weren't doing anything at all, and
Right.
I sort of allowed my bias to take over because yeah, I mean, I think the pullback. I guess the pullback play on the races can be excellent. I just found that yesterday, nothing was really trending after the pullback and then winning a race or being leading in a race. But obviously with the Sky X, I mean that was awesome. And as you were saying, it was holding the 10 SMA.
Yeah, really convincingly. It's very strong.
Yeah, very convincingly. And I even have pre and post market up on that chart.
Ah,
So
I remember that conversation. All right,
yeah.
I'm going to get ready for the developers meeting.
Okay. Have
Thanks.
fun.
See you.
Bye. All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms now. Let me just remove my message and get my music going again. There we go. So, guys, yeah, I mean, you've heard me talk about SIGA before I left, right? So, I was just talking to Steve about it. What I was looking for, I was hoping for a 20 hold, right at 12, or right here at 12, and then at 12:05, it dipped down just a little bit below 20, and then right here. Remember now, when I say I'm on a break, I'm only usually on a break from the mic. So it's not like I'm not sitting at my computer. So took the plunge on the SIGA, and so far, so good. And I'm trading this. I'm not like, am I going to be holding this? Never know. I mean, it could go to $100. You never know with this monkeypox thing, but I'm just trading this. This is not something I'm holding because, who knows? They come out and say, you know what, it's not as big a deal as we thought, and it goes down to 10. So I'm not going to be holding it. The one I'm still kind of intrigued by is this ECBK, only because, and they could be completely different, but only because of the nonsense that's happening with HKD. Now, HKD and ECBK are so different in that one's China and one isn't, number one. So we've seen this with some of these China IPOs that have very few shares in the float and have a low IPO price. They can do this craziness. What's interesting about this one, though, is that you would have thought that this day, which was 4 days ago, that could have, in theory, that could have been the end of the craziness. It got up to 76, and that could have been, the death knell. Not even close yet. Oh, sorry about that. Thank you, Sam. Yeah, every now and then I forget to do that old sharing the screen. So sorry about that. Here we go. Thank you. That was in YouTube. That was in YouTube. Hi, real, really, really real. So, I might have to dive into a little bit more about the ZCVK and find out what it's really all about. And I'm not saying that it's going to do anything even remotely like HKD, but it's sort of hanging around that high of the day. And let's see what else is happening. Yeah, I was just saying to Steve, you guys were on mute when I was talking about it. Just before I went on my break, and in fact, it was right at noon, 11:55. Okay, SkyX was winning a race. It was at the top, but I looked at this and I got, unfortunately, I allowed my bias to sort of uh, take over, because yesterday I was seeing a lot of stocks that had pulled back, would take a little pop, and then do absolutely nothing. And I couldn't have been more wrong with the SkyX. I mean, it would run a race right there. It held, and now look at it. But I did allow my bias to slant the way I was looking at this. It's that simple. And I guess I shouldn't have. And as Steve was saying, it was holding the 10 SMA. Well, wait a minute. Yeah, holding the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Meanwhile, it's sort of interesting. I mean, Sega is just skyrocketing, and GovX is doing nothing. Absolutely nothing. I mean, look what it did. It got right into that 200-day moving average and stopped it in its tracks. What's TNXP doing? See if the other one is moving. Again, all monkeypox. Yeah, I mean, it's just SIGA right now. It's just SIGA. I guess people are just piling into the worldwide leader, monkeypox vaccines. I'm sort of kidding a little bit, but I mean, that's the one that started it all. Oof, had a little alert here for BTRS at 555. And I can't really remember why I put it in there, but that was from yesterday, and now it's 598 BTRS. Can't chase it now, but I guess this Chimera CMRA, that is another monkeypox play, so that is actually moving, not too badly, compared to the other two smaller ones that are not even close to moving with SIGA. You got to wonder though, or like the higher SIGA gets, and people are going to say, you know what? Okay, it's a little too expensive for me right now. And GovX did have that tremendous move a couple of days ago. Steve bought VUZI. Well, okay, I know I'm using pre and post, but I can see that it came into the 200, into the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. It's just sort of at that level. Now, let me, okay, so what I'm seeing is breaking down below it. It's breaking down below it, so, I don't know, Steve probably can't hear me, he's in a development meeting, but what I'm seeing with Vuzi is that it's actually breaking down below it, and I have removed the pre and post. Well, I'm not saying GovX isn't up. I'm just saying it's not, but it's not moving. Whoops. It's not moving anywhere nearly like SIGA is. Well, guys, after that incredibly frantic beginning with all the EV plays and all the solar plays and climate change plays, things have definitely settled down. That was one of the wilder opens seen in a while. Well, it has to meet your trading plan, as Michael will always say, Poe. Yeah, this is a big news halt for the BHC. And this is JP Morgan downgrades Bausch on near worst case scenario ruling. So, I mean, I still have a little bit of this short. I mean, it would have to, even if it went back right up to 850, I mean, it's not going to kill me at all. But I'm out most of my short position. Okay, guys, I am just this one was leading a race at one point, this VVPR, just not interested. Whoa, boy, I should have kept my eye on EVTL. I mean, EVTL, obviously EV play, but it's a little bit different, a little bit different. And I just lost sight of it. And now, I mean, it's almost at the high of the 5 days. That high right there is 896. So I just lost sight of it. Too much going on. Well, SPY, yeah, I mean, for the SPY to drop, and I hear what you're saying, Harry, but I mean, SPY to me, I'm going to stick an alert around 403. It takes out this area here. That might be a bit of a drop, but or maybe a little bit further down. Yeah, those stocks, yeah, Coca-Cola earnings play? No, not an earnings play. Had earnings on the 26th, I guess. Yeah, they're just not interesting to me. Doesn't mean a person shouldn't trade them, but I just look left, I see all this stuff that could get in the way. And you're playing options, though, okay. Or trading options. Yeah, remember ILAG, guys? Look at this. This is starting to move here. ILAG is starting to move. 8.7 million in the float. It's traded 1 million. Now this is really skewed because of the day it had here. That relative volume looks really low because of the day it had here, which was at what, 100 million? Yeah, 107 million. Now that was a strange day. Oh, I see. Okay, this looks, you have to really back this out because this did get up to 481, but it closed down here. It looks like it hardly moved that day, but it really did. And there's the ILAG. Okay, let's back this out. Have to back this out a little bit to try to check these highs. So that's at 196. There's a high of 205. There's a high of 220, 220, 283, 317. Well, I mean, look, if it gets through that, the 220 mark, this could have a bit of a run in it. I mean, it's already up 12%. And volume is coming into ILAG. No idea why. Boy, this is hanging in here. The spread has always been an issue, but as I've said before, yeah, the spread right now is 156, 158, 159, which wouldn't matter if it's going to go up $20, but you just don't know that, of course. But it's actually hanging in here. I mean, it's amazing that there's not been a massive selling, profit taking. Well, I have to remember that I went long this one, TPIC, made a little bit of money on this one, TPIC, early in the day. And should have turned around and shorted this. Look at this thing just dropping, TPIC. Volume is coming in. I mean, to me, the key area is 220. It's hard to see. It's so exponential because of that daily candle here. I can't even zoom. I can't make these candles bigger or more distinct. Yeah, the next high is 220. So I'm going to stick an alert at 218 and see what happens. I do see there's another high at 250. But all traders are really looking at is that what if scenario. Hit 2650. This is 2 weeks ago on the 13th before it cratered. All right, guys, I've taken some of the SIGA off in case it cannot take out that whole number. Okay. I mean, it might, but just in case it doesn't, but I'll stick an alert up there. Ah, I did not real. Well, make sure of that. Yeah, actually, there are a lot of shorts available. A lot of shorts available. I'm talking about the iLag. I didn't realize that. They're 158,000 at Interactive Brokers anyway. Interesting. Welcome, Harry. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So yeah, I'm going to keep an eye on this iLag. I mean, this if it just runs its course, I mean, 220 I thought might block it. So maybe this will turn into an awesome little short here. Yeah, I mean, this is now starting to really run again, this SkyX. I mean, I could kick myself for not, sort of dismissing that little race that it was winning. I think it won the race here, but it was on a pullback, and I just didn't have the confidence. Hmm. So, I mean, we're talking about something that is, see, the next high looking left first. Yeah, the sky. I remember seeing this one, of course, back here, and just looking at this weekly chart and looking at that 1022 and look at all the room it had. But look at the week it's having. I don't even know what they do. Insulation of lighting fixtures and ceiling fans. Power plug and play. Okay. Hmm. It's amazing how many companies can make businesses out of things like that. Why not? Okay, here's one that was super active before this SVRE, guys. This again, CASA, CAM. I don't think I was this an IPO. I can't remember anymore. Was this an IPO, SVRE, or was it a symbol name change? Or I don't think it was. Couldn't have been a SPAC. Got up to 420 a couple of weeks ago. Looks like a week and a half ago. So guys, again, all I'm in right now, I still have some of the SIGA, if it pops through 21, whoopee, and have my short for BHC, just waiting for the news to hit. And I don't have very much left, so I don't care what the news is unless it goes to $1,000. Yeah, SIGA is breaking the high of the day now. All-time high, high of the day, all-time high. Real, go back, go home, go back to the beach. Really? Talking to our main room. So Harry, there's a main room also. I don't know if you want to head over there also. A lot more action. Maybe I'll give you the link. More people and more interaction amongst traders in the what I call the main room. So you don't have to, of course. Yeah, there it is. Just put the link in. Raining. Okay, you're allowed to be inside. Oh man, T-pick. Dare I do it now on a chase? It wouldn't surprise me it went negative. I mean, what a, like, just getting hammered here. Hit 1683, right back down to 14. And Harry, Ija is just having a little fun. One of the reasons I was getting, wow, look at it now, 21. So same thing, guys. I mean, I know it's late, but I mean, watch how it trades at 21. I mean, if it holds 21, just like it held. Now, for me, 20 is a way more psychological number to break. Okay, all whole numbers are somewhat psychological, but to me, 20, 15, 20, 25, those numbers are very, to me anyway, very psychological to break. It's funny. I'm just looking to see. I can't remember if there had been shorts available for SIGA at Interactive Brokers. Certainly a lot now. 500,000. I don't know. Seems to me that I've maybe, no, I guess there have always been shorts available at Interactive Brokers, I guess. Hmm. All right. Welcome to the room, Harry. So SkyX still making new highs, and it still has room. I mean, the monthly chart, 1292, the weekly chart, 1022. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there, but it still has room. SPY is not tanking. Okay, so SPY held that level. Let's take a trade in the simulator, just for fun. Take a trade in the simulator. Again, I can't emphasize more. If you're new to trading, practice, practice, practice. Let's take CMR rate just for fun, okay? Just want to show you how easy it is. I had it, it's in the top list other window, so I clicked on it. And so the symbol shows up. I can pick how many shares I want to trade. Let's go in at 400 shares. The bid ask, it's okay. I mean, 406, 408, so I can go in at the market, click the buy, sets it up, send. Okay, now you're in a trade. Okay, now you're in a trade. I was concentrating on all the shorts reel that came from this BHC, HW. Unfortunately, I was just a little late on the BLCO, so that's what I was concentrating on, the BHC and the HW. I was actually unique for me. I think I was in at 1.3 trades at the same time, which is really unique for me. So talk a little bit about money management. Okay, so here we are. We're in this trade, is again in the simulator. My entry is 407. I'm going to put a stop at 387. I'm going to explain why. I'm going to add the stop, and you'll see a red line will appear on the chart that says approximately minus $100. Once it appears, okay, what did I do here? 97.87. Oh, I only took 400 shares. You know what? I'm going to flatten this trade. I'm doing this. I just want to make the math simple. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to do this again. I'm going to take the trade again. This time I'm going to take 500 shares. Oops. Do it again. Go in at the market, it's okay. It's only a 2-cent spread. So I'll be back in this trade. Look at the SPY, guys. Okay, so entry price 408. Now this will make a little more sense. Stop at 388. I want this to say approximately minus 100 here as we talk a little bit about money management. There we go, minus 97.50. Okay, so the way I trade, actually looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. Okay, I'll have some kind of a checklist, and unless I can check every single box, I'm not taking the trade. Now, it doesn't really matter what my checklist is, okay, guys? You have to develop your own trading style. I'm more of a momentum trader and all, but some of the things that I have to have checked. I'm never going to see something outside of a price range that I want, minimum volume that I need, maybe a relative volume that I need, but it doesn't matter what those numbers are for me, okay? So let's say I can check every box and I take the trade. So this is what I've demonstrated right here. So I get in at 408. Now, just because I think a trade is going to work doesn't mean it's going to. So I will always have a price I'm going to get out of the trade. And that, of course, is what they call a stop. So the way I do it, I typically eyeball a 5-minute chart, no less than a 5-minute chart, and try to, in fact, this would not have been too bad, actually, and see where I think there could be a support level. And so that if it broke down through that support level, I want to be out of the trade. Okay. Now, that's one of the more difficult things if you're new. What I think is a support level may not be the same thing that you're seeing. So to make it maybe easier when you're starting out, maybe, and just, this is why you have why we have the simulator here. You can practice trading. All you need is a standard service. And it doesn't matter who your broker is. You don't even need a broker. It's using our real-time data. So to make it easy, you can practice maybe taking the stop below the previous 5-minute candle. Now, I may get stopped out here. I'm going to show you if I get stopped out. But my stop is 388, but that's okay. Again, this is demonstration purposes. So maybe take the low of the previous 5-minute candle. And because that's a defined number, there's no question about what that number is. So when you set up your trade, then you know what your entry price is going to be, you know what your stop is going to be. So your next step now is how much are you going to risk on the trade? If it doesn't work, how much are you prepared to actually lose on the trade? So hopefully it makes sense that if you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. Okay? Miss Vieri. Oh, thank you, Casa. Okay. Oh, so it was an IPO. Okay, thank you. So hopefully it makes sense that if you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So what I like to demonstrate in the simulator is risking $100 a trade. Now, the way I trade, I don't vary my risk amount from trade to trade. In other words, I'm not going to risk $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. PAC, guys, PAC is just showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. And I think this is an all-time low, or it's getting close. It's almost an all-time low, and it's an earnings play, PAC. It's been a little choppy, but it takes out 5. Look out below. So in the simulator, I like to demonstrate a risk of $100 a trade. So that's why I put the stop at 388. Okay, that's why I took 500 shares. Remember, all this is set up ahead of time because my entry is 408, my stop is 388, 20-cent difference. If I divide 20 cents into the $100 that I'm risking, I get 500 shares. So that should be another clue. I'm not taking the same number of shares every trade. It's all going to be based on the difference between my entry and my stop. Now, this is on the fly, so you can easily set up an Excel spreadsheet that has your risk amount, your set risk amount, and then all you have to do is plug in your entry and your stop, and it'll automatically generate how many shares you should take. Okay. Now, if something is really, really, really moving fast, I get it. It's going to be difficult, but assuming it's not running like crazily, you should be able to come approximately to the shares you need. That's how I trade. Next, obey your stop. So here's my stop at 388, right? Now, Sometimes it is really difficult to obey your stop. Why? Because your ego gets in the way, your stubbornness gets in the way. You just can't believe it's not working. It's just that simple. You cannot believe it's not working. One of the things I have to check is not news or earnings or anything like that. But let's say I check everything and all my boxes are checked, and plus it's got news, plus it's got earnings. How can it not work? Well, again, just because I want it to work doesn't mean it's going to work. So obeying your stop sometimes can be really, really difficult. So you don't obey it. So now you're down 200, 300, 400, 500, and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop, and then you get out with a way bigger loss than you wanted to. And guys, those of you who've been in the room for a long time, you know what I'm going to say. Almost as worse is not obeying your stop. You're down 500, and then it does turn around, and now you're up $200, $300, $400. Okay, and you congratulate yourself for not obeying your stop. Can that happen? Of course it can. But in my experience, not obeying my stop has caused me way more grief and anguish than obeying my stop. Okay, so I'm off my soapbox, guys. Practice trading. Practice trading. The other thing is, if you want to practice swing trading in this simulator, so if I don't get out of this trade at the end of the day, the CMRA trade at the end of the day, then I can practice swing trading. In other words, it'll carry over to tomorrow. And these are we have some hotkeys, nothing fancy. But if I want to get out of this trade, say I had a whole series of stocks in here. I want to get out, I just highlight the one I want. I click flatten, that'll get me out of the trade. I can get out half my trade, or I could double my position. Or of course I could go down here and pick how many shares. Okay, so practice trading, please. And I know some of you listening to me, I want to start trading right away because look at all the money I can make. Well, SIGA is still hanging in there, guys. It's over 21 now. Again, I will not be holding this, but ooh, LYT. Again, what does this look like? This looks just like the iLag. I mean, almost identical to the iLag. I mean, it didn't get, this got a lot higher than iLag, but it's hard exponentially to see. I can't even, no, I can on this one. Okay, I can a little bit. So let's take a look at the next high looking left. 350. So this has got a little bit of room, guys. LYT has got a little bit of room. 350. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just saying when I look left, what I want to see in my trading style, if I'm going to take something that's near the high of the day, I want to look left on a daily chart to see where the next high is. If it was, if the next high was 320, I'd never take the trade. This is far enough away on a percentage basis. And again, if I can't see that on the daily chart, in other words, if I have a price that's here and everything is underneath that price on the daily, then I turn to the weekly. And if I can't see if everything is underneath the current price on the weekly, then I turn to the monthly. That's why I have these 3 time frames here. Tilray, what are you doing? All right, so cannabis play, of course, TLRY. Yeah, I see the Vrax now, man. Yeah. So along with SIGA, can we call these the 2 leaders? It depends, Harry. I mean, you can ask the questions. If I can't answer them, I'll certainly direct you to somebody who can. Okay. I mean, yes, I'm trading, but I mean, this is a free room, and I try to demonstrate the use of trade ideas all day long. So it depends on the question, and if I can't, I'll certainly direct you to somebody who can. And today is Thursday, so I will be in a marketing meeting at noon. I'll put myself on mute. Did I say noon? I'm sorry. Well, two. Sorry, two Eastern. 2 Eastern, sorry. Did I say noon? No, can't even say that. It's not even noon Pacific. It's 11 Pacific. So, no, just a brain cramp. All right, now, guys, GovX is starting to move again. Maybe, it's been kind of lagging. I mean, I know it's up 23%. Don't get me wrong. I know that. But, it was doing this, all of this, while Sega was just soaring. So now it's trying to play a little bit of catch up. So keep an eye on GovX. The 200-day moving average is right at 225. So now 2 days ago, it cut through that like nothing. I thought it might stall there, but it didn't even pause. I'm not saying it's going to happen today. So let's take a look at the other one, TNXP, which is the other one of the other cheap monkeypox plays. It is chopping around doing nothing. And then of course we have CMRA, which won some races earlier. Maybe this is crawling off the bottom now, 4. Yeah, somebody pointed out before the iLag has to take out that 212. So just put a price alert. Again, the races in conjunction with the price alerts. Priceless. Super interested in this one, guys. This ECBK. Somebody maybe can do some research on this, okay? I mean, I don't quite get it. It's a US one. I wish it were China because then we might have an HKD on our hands later. Yeah, you see, yeah, the HKD when it came out, the low was 13 and the high was 1970. I'm sorry, the low was 12. And then the next day, was 29 and 22. And then that looked like it was it, right? I'm sure most people thought, okay, that's it. Enough of this nonsense. And then look what happened that day. And it rested, and then craziness today. So the ECBK is a similar structure in terms of the number of shares outstanding and the IPO price, a little bit higher. The only thing is, it's just not a lot of enthusiasm. I mean, very tight range for something like this for an IPO today. Very tight range. Look at this market. We had a nice little rest here for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about an hour and a half. And now we're 45 minutes in. This has another 8 minutes to close that candle. 45 minutes in and another uptick. I tend to agree, Chris. Just the way it's trading today, it's not. I wish it were China. If it were a China stock, we might have something. But I tend to agree with you with the ECBK. I just didn't want to lose sight of it. This is about since it broke 20. This is about the most relaxed SIGA has traded. Normally I have these giant red candles, green candles, up and down. Yeah, we don't want something trading on valuation, Tris. We want something trading on nonsense. You know, obviously I'm kind of kidding, but yeah, some of these little ones are crawling out of the woodwork again. X4 was super active a while back. Ooh, MVST. Look at this weekly chart here. It's probably not going to happen today, but I'd stick an alert at 316. I know you're giving up 50 cents. I get that, but I'm going to stick a price alert at maybe 318, 316, just the high of that weekly candle. Because if this gets going again, then you look left and look, we've got 576, a couple of what is that? What did I put the alert at? 316. It's over $2 to the next high in the weekly chart, which is, a tremendous percentage run if. Okay, guys. Well, I tell you, FXLV now crawled off the bottom yesterday, got hammered down. I don't even know why. Was it an earnings play? Nope. Must have been some reason. Got hammered down, had a great recovery most of the day, and now it's at the high of yesterday. So keep an eye on this one right now because look left, 369 is the next high. So if this keeps moving, it'd be nice to see it base just a bit here. You're kind of chase mode on that 5-minute chart. What's the float? Yeah, it's not a low float. 46 million in the float, not a low float. This is a retail company. Well, I don't know if it is. Franchises and licensing of the training brand, fitness facilities, Australia. Okay. NVIDIA. Now are you actually buying the stock or are you playing options on this one, Harrods? Yeah, this is way out of the price range I trade, but you're buying the stock. Okay. You see, so it's funny when I look at this, and I hope it's going to work for you, especially with the market doing this. I look at this and thinking, well, yeah, I wonder if it takes up that 179.50 area, yeah. But wish you well, of course. Might want to keep an eye on TBLT, guys. The big surge, of course, at the beginning of the day. Big surge actually in the pre-market. Got up to 662, chopped around a bit. You can kind of see if it takes out 620 or so, this could have another run. I'm just going to stick an alert. The highs of all those little candles here, the 15 minutes. You could have another run. It did get up to, again, it got up to 665, and it did have news. Something like 35 products being picked up by Home Hardware, 45,000 outlets. So it did have some news. That was the reason for the big pop. Man, oh man, maybe I'm going to swing Siga. I mean, this is just keeps moving here, and it's not parabolic, as Zach, I know you were talking about. If it makes a big parabolic move, really, this is not parabolic in my opinion. You know, we don't have that giant green candle. Okay, guys. Actually, what is PAC doing now? I don't think it took out 5. No, it didn't take out 5. I'm going to stick an alert just under. This could be interesting tomorrow. I mean, if it takes out 5, this is an earnings play, almost a lifetime low. Love these ones. Like, who's going to step in and buy this? I mean, I'm not saying it's not going to happen, but something at an all-time low. It has earnings. You got hammered down because of earnings, I guess. Look at the, I know I keep a broken record, but look at this SPY. Look at this candle here. 2 big days in a row. Take a look at the SPY on the weekly. Yeah, we've come off that 365 bottom. A couple of months now. Next level is at 417. Stick an alert there. Won't happen today, but let's see if it takes that out. Then you know what? I mean, if it takes this out right here, we're back in business. Hard to believe it'll take it out, but I mean, we could be back in business if you're, want the market to surge again. Okay, guys, so getting close to my marketing meeting in about 15 minutes. Okay, so what I'm kind of waiting for now in this race mode is seeing if anything out of nowhere, and then we see this time to time, maybe a couple of stocks, 1 o'clock on, out of nowhere, hasn't made any move during the course of the day, out of nowhere starts to move. And if I see that, I'm clicking on it, and then of course want to see what's happening. Okay, guys, TBLT. Let's see if it goes now. I mean, the high, hopefully a little bit of a magnet now. That high right up here. Was that at that was the opening 15-minute candle. Yeah, as Real is saying, really is saying, you can ask trader questions in here. I wasn't sure if you meant, specific questions about trade ideas, but certainly a lot of different styles of trading in this room. So, come on, Poe, do your you fool thing on the TBLT. Move, you fool. I love it. Oh, I see. You're talking about to your group. Okay. Well, I don't care if you have a position. I saw. I'm sorry. I saw the P. I thought it was PO. Poe. Um, I think we have a symbol list, SS, but of course you can do a Google search on something like that. The question was find a list of stocks related to EV or solar. I think we may have had a symbol list. Let me just do a quick check because I know we used to have a channel. Let me just see if I see something that says EV. Here we go, EV. Now this might not be, I mean, I have no idea. I have no idea if this is how up to date it is, okay? But we did have a channel devoted to EVs. And so here is a symbol list. So how to find it? Okay, so how to find it, if you can see what I'm going to do, SS. And so I got to make sure you can hear me and see what I'm going to do. And as far as solar, probably we have something on solar. Just looking at this symbol list. Surprised we don't have something on solar. But we definitely have EV. But again, I don't know how up to date it is. And as far as monkeypox, no, I don't. I mean, we just know we have an idea about what the monkeypox plays are. Obviously the big one is SIGA, SIGA, but then you've got CMRA. You might want to just jot these down. These are the ones that have been active. The VRAX, I guess, but I don't think there's a. But you can create your own symbol list. Okay, there's one little high it has to get through, the TBLT. A couple right here on that 15-minute chart, right there. Little high right there at 629. It's right there. Next high would be 640, and then the next high, of course, is that high of the day, 664. Okay, guys, getting close, 1:53. So in about 5 minutes or so, I'll put myself on mute. Welcome, Joe. Yes, there is, and I used to use it all the time. And I would say for 3 months, it was my all-time favorite scam. So here you go. I have a scan built for that, and you can take a look at it. But I'm going to direct you to my homepage. So Joe asked, is there a search for unusual option activity? So if you click on my homepage, okay, I put my homepage link in, click on the homepage. Uh, okay, obviously, way to take out a subscription right here. Okay, but if you go to my scan section, click here. Okay, moving higher with unusually strong options. Okay, as an example, moving higher with unusually strong options. So you can take a look at that, number one. But here are the filters that we have. So, we don't, and there is an option, you're right, Mike G, there actually is an option channel. I forgot we even have an option channel. You can take a look at the option channel. So right here, click on new and then dock channel bar. Where are you? Unusual options. Okay. And this is kind of, now they're running races on this now. This is, yeah, this is the one I created a long, 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 long time ago. Option plays. Okay. But let me just show you the filters that you can use. But you can try this, okay? This is the multi-strategy window. But if you want to create your own, I just want to show you the filters that we do have for, again, we don't scan for options, but we do have some option filters. So if you right click on an alert window and then click on the configure, then search, and then type in options. Oh, we have the put call ratio. We have some obvious ones, okay? The put call ratio, option volume. This is the average number of contracts, total puts and calls over the last 10 days. This is the option volume today. We have the put and call volume today. This is the key one right there. Option volume today percent. Okay, that's the key one. Why? So for instance, let's just say over the last 10 days, the stock has traded an average of say 2,000 contracts total. If you use this filter, option today volume percent, and add that filter, say you put in 200 or put in 300. Now this is a percentage ratio of 3. But what that would mean is that stock that is normally traded over the last 10 days, 2,000 contracts, for you to see it today, you'll have to be doing 6,000 contracts. Okay. So that's why this is a really, so I don't trade options, never have. But there are people who trade options who say, yeah, at least what it does, it alerts you to the stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Don't know what you mean by that. 5 minutes, 15 minutes. Don't know what you mean. Remember now, this has got nothing to do with like strike prices or anything like that, right? It's got nothing to do with that. It's just showing you stocks that are having abnormal option activity. So that to me is not 5, 15 or whatever. It just is having abnormal option activity. And I'm sorry, I do have to take off now for a marketing meeting. Oh, I see. Okay. So there is a way in which you can actually use the races. Okay, when I come back, maybe I can show you how you can actually use the races to show you increasing option activity. Okay, a stock that is, with, so you create your top list with certain filters in place, maybe a price range, a minimum number of contracts, things like that. And then if a stock is starting to increase in option activity, it'll start to float to the top. Okay. So, but I do have to go right now. In fact, I may have created a top list. Let me just see if I can find it quickly. Ah, right on. Shoot, I thought, you know what? I did option race. Okay. You can try this one. Just take a look at it. Okay. If you're not used to this, here's an option race. So let me give it to you. I'm just going to shut this down. Try one more time so I don't have to. And then just going to find it again. Option race. I'm going to share it with you. Okay. And at least this will give you an idea. You'll see what sort of, and don't, all you have to do is start the race. Click on the arrow and start the race. Okay, guys, so I got to put myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. So just to sum up, did okay on the TBLT. Of course, I was watching it. Again, these are never going to be swing trades for me. Did get up to that 632. Didn't make very much on it, to be honest. Okay, and still have some of the SIGA left. You know, it's still hanging in over that 21 mark. Again, I may make. I don't know if I'm going to swing this one. I may just take a little piece and I don't know. Doesn't matter how many shares, but maybe just do something crazy with it and hold it for a while and see what happens. So that's it. And of course, I still have a little bit of that BHC waiting for the news to happen. And it appears that it probably is not going to, I guess the news won't be released during market hours. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if there's anybody know, is there a specific time? Anybody know that for the BHC? I don't know. That's what I don't know, Dak. No, that's why I was asking. I was saying, I don't know if it's going to be released during market hours or after hours or 10 years from now. I really don't know. Microsoft had good earnings days ago, right? MSFT. That kind of was it. It was yesterday, wasn't it? That kind of kickstarted the tech market yesterday. Yeah, Microsoft had earnings yesterday. Hmm. Well, I don't think it's going to be that long in terms of the halt. You know, guys, I missed the boat. I was in that meeting and I was looking at this one, the SkyX, and I was thinking, okay, I didn't take that first full. I didn't take that first pull back here. Take it here, and I just got a little. No, I'm sorry, right there. I was thinking it was winning a race right here, and I thought, you know what? Why don't we do? Why don't we take this? But unfortunately, I was in this marketing meeting and I got distracted, so that's okay. Boy, look at this one. Yeah, I know this is on Zach's topping scan, but boy, is this strong. I don't think it. I think there was the alert. It didn't do anything, and it's just been ripping. Is it? Yeah, it's actually an earnings play. INND. Didn't really see it in the pre-market. Really didn't do much in the pre-market. In fact, it dipped a bit, and then look at this, just took off. Okay, guys. So typically, I'll put myself on mute at around 3 o'clock. Doesn't mean I haven't left or anything. I'm still sitting here. So if you have any questions, but between now and then, good opportunity to ask questions if you have any. Well, risky business, but this VRAX is showing up now, and I can see why on that move right there. So, maybe 2158, 2160 break might get it running again after that pullback. So why not just stick an alert around 2168 and see if it pops through that because it would still have some room to the high. Okay, while there's a lull here, I will one last time put in the test drive link. Okay, so I put in the test drive link. This is what you're going to see. So we don't have free trials. So this is the closest you're going to get. So for $11.11, you can get access to our full premium service except no auto trading. Okay. Now it starts on the 15th, August the 15th. So about less than a little more than 2 weeks from now. It runs to the 29th. That is 10 trading days. If you sign up today, you are pre-registering. So please don't harass our poor support people and say, hey, I just signed up. Where's my data? Read what it says. It doesn't start until the 15th. Okay. Now, and this is a set time period. So if you can only start on say the 16th, for some reason you're tied up on the 15th, you're only going to get 9 days. So it's not 10 days from when you start. I want to be completely clear about that. All our support is set up for this time period between the 15th and the 29th. Okay. Now, once the test drive is over, there is nothing for you to do. Okay. You don't have to unsubscribe from something. We don't put you into a subscription. So don't worry about that. So we only do this 4 times a year. So if you're feeling like you want to try trade ideas out for 10 trading days, go ahead and do this. Give me a moment. All right, guys, something went down the wrong hatch. Excuse me. Okay. I put my homepage link in, and when you click on my homepage, this is what you're going. Just a minute, guys. All right, so here's my homepage link. If you want to take out a subscription right now, here is the promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha, to get 15% off, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. If you do take out a subscription, please take the 30 minutes and do the let's get started. 10 videos, starts off with the download and installation and your first startup and login and all that, okay? Take the 30 minutes to do that. I do a stock of the day video at noon. You can sign up for that. That's free. Trade of the week, free service sent to you, excuse me, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't see that you're getting it, please check your spam. And also, if you are using Gmail, you might want to check your promotions folder, okay? All the education is here. We've got a great user guide, daily support. So Chris, when I shut the main room down at 3:30, Chris will take over in the YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. And the daily webinar. So there is one today. We're on the Tuesday, Thursday rotation. Next week, it's Monday, Wednesday, but you can sign up for them all right here. And if you're new to trading, excuse me, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. And I know it sounds simplistic, but it starts off with what is a stock? Okay, so if you're brand new to trading, take a look at this. Or maybe you're looking for a refresher or a different take. Okay, let me, so I have a question in a retired Fido. Okay, means you're a retired dog. I'll answer your question in a bit. That is somebody from our YouTube room. Okay. And just one last though, if you want my scans, here they are. Okay, here are my scans in the scan section of my homepage, including the race, Zach's bouncers and toppers, which you'll hear me talk about. You heard me talk about the 10-day daily breakdown, which was awesome today. Okay. And then what I use in the pre-market, some obvious ones, the pre-market actives up and down, and also the gap up and down. Okay, I use these four in the pre-market. So if you want my scans, there they are. What I would do is save my link, then you can look at my scans, education, the getting started anytime you want. Okay, just give me a moment. Okay, so I had a question about the green race scan. Okay, so if you go to the user guide, you will see that. Well, let me just show you. I mean, I'll explain it, but if you go to the user guide, so click on education, click on the user guide, and then the TI stock race. Okay, that's what this is all about. So, I'll explain it, but it's good. It's good. I think it's good that where a reference is, because it goes into all the detail about the racing and how it's set up and what you can do. Okay, the little video also. Okay, but I will show you. Okay. Excuse me. Sorry about that, man. Something went down the wrong way for sure. So the races are always started from a top list, okay? And you can start your races from whatever top list window that you want, okay? I'm running this on the biggest gainers from the open percent. I'll just show you what it looks like. It's very, very simple. I'll right click configure and the summary. So all this is looking for are stocks between 1 and 50, minimum volume of 200,000 shares, and I do want it to be up from the close. So I want these to be positive on the day, okay? That's it. That's all it's looking for. So what I want to do, I just want to duplicate this window so I can show you with a duplicate of the window to show you how you would start again, this is my top list that I'm using. I'm finding it's giving, if you're an active trader, I think this is probably one of the better ones you can have. You're going to see stocks that are really relative strength stocks. Why I have Apple and Tesla up here, the reason being is to show you that these never win races. Okay. And this is not an indictment about trading Apple or Tesla. But if you're looking for stocks that are really moving relative strength wise, this is a great top list to start with and launch a race from. So how do we launch a race? So you start off, again, you have to have your top list. Now right click, launch real-time stock race. And here is what you'll see. Excuse me. I'm going to stick it with 10 cars, okay? But all that means is I don't want to be overwhelmed by all sorts of different, not cars, sorry, in the old days, 10 symbols, okay? That's what I've chosen. If you want, you can choose more. I think you have to elongate the window a bit, but you know what? Make it easy. I think 10 is plenty. Now, minutes to run the race on. Now I'm running my races every 4 minutes. There's no magic about that. I've just decided that 4 minutes seems to be a good time, a good length of time to run a race. Okay, 1 minute. I mean that's pretty quick, but it's up to you. Experiment. Okay, I'm running 4 minute races based on what? So if you see the based on, so when I click that down arrow, what you're seeing here, these are all the column headers. Okay, the change from the close, the position and range, relative volume, change from the open percent, change in 15 minutes. If I click on that again, these are all of the column headers I have up here. One of the things that one of the questions we get is, well, I'd like to run a race on the change from the open like you do, but I don't see when I do the click that down arrow, I don't see the option to do that. That's because you don't have the column header. Okay, so you may have your own top list, and all you have to do if you want to run the races based on the change from the open, then just make sure you add it. Okay, so that's what I'm running my race on, based on the change from the open. So I'm going to click on that. Now, until further notice, there's no reason to not use the delta value. What the delta value does is as a stock is starting to move up the leaderboard, you will see it move up, the change, delta change, okay? So that's what I run. That's what I run it on, the delta value. I use the replace cars. I mean, you don't have to, but I think it's probably good. If you didn't use replace cars, you won't see them moving up. You would see maybe that if this one was winning, you know what? I'm not going to complicate it. Use replace cars. Now, if you don't see show company logos, that means you are in an earlier version of Trade Ideas. I would download the beta from our website to make sure that you have this version. I think because in the old days, it used to be race cars, and we're not even going to have that as an option anymore. It's only going to be the logos. The next thing is the auto rerun. I think that's what most people would want to do. Once a race is over, you want the next one to start. And last, this is what I do. I right click on this window and I click on show top 10 winners. Okay. And why I do that, I'll show you. So let me shut this down. You see the top 10 winners are in this right-hand column up here. What that means is that the number one position is SkyX. That meant it won during the course of the day. It won 15 races. CMRA won 12 races, etc. So what does it mean to win a race? Ah, my goodness, look at SIGA again, guys. Before we had racing, the top lists are fine. I mean, if you want to see stocks that are up the most for the day or biggest change from the open the day, biggest change in the last 15 minutes per day, in the day, you can sort on any one of these column headers. So what I've done is I have sorted on the change from the open percent. So what I'm saying is SkyX, SKYX, it's up 70% from the open. Okay, great. CMRA is up 31% from the open, etc. It's all wonderful, but how do I use this to my advantage? I mean, is this moving now? Is SkyX moving now? Is one of these moving now? I have no idea. Okay, I have no idea. Unless I stare at this and see if the number is changing, but how crazy would that be? So enter racing. So I'm running a race every 4 minutes. What does that mean? That means that every one of these is starting from the same starting point. And so if one of these now is starting to really move on the change from the open, let's just say, let's look at this one, OSTK. It's at 12.7% change from the open. What if it really started to move? And now it's now at 13, 14, 16, 18%. You would see that as it starts moving up the leaderboard. Okay. Impossible to see it here. Not impossible, but ridiculous to try to stare at something to see if it's moving. Okay. So yes, SkyX is at the top here, but if it's not moving, I don't care about it. All right, if that makes sense. If it's not moving, I don't care about it. I want to see the things that are moving right now. So that's the whole basis of the races. And then a race will end, there'll be a winner declared, and then the next race will begin every 4 minutes. For me, every 4 minutes. If you want every 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute, 10 minutes, that's up to you. But that is the basis of the races. If you wanted to run races on your favorite stocks, maybe you've got a basket of stocks that you really like to follow every single day, 20 or 30 stocks. Okay, that's fine. You have to know how to create a symbol list, with those stocks in it, and then attach it to the top list and then run the race. But again, that is, all that is, it's covered in the guide. So hopefully, retired Fido, that makes sense what I've said. Excuse me. And so it's kind of a combination between an alert window, which gives you real-time alerts, and a list of stocks that you want to follow. And my trading has completely been revamped over the last 3 weeks. I used to have way more alert windows. I used to just wait for alerts. Most of all my alerts, stock had to make a new high for the day or a new low for the day. That was the sort of a trader that I was. But now, today is an exception. Today is an exception because we had so many unbelievable ones from the 10-day daily breakdown that I wasn't really watching my races. But up until today, I would say that 98% of my time, I'm just watching these races. And what happens is this becomes a great watch list to just, keep an eye on these stocks all day long. So for instance, I don't know what ILAG is doing right now. I know it's not doing anything here, but let's just click on it and see what it's doing. Maybe it's pulling back to a level that I like. Okay, so to me, this makes it so much easier for people starting out who get frustrated about not knowing what to watch, or creating so many alert windows that they're clicking like mad all day long and getting nothing done. Okay, you now have one window that you can kind of follow all day, and a bunch of series of stocks that you can kind of follow all day. Okay. So it is now 2:53. My rhythm is actually I hit rhythm. Oh, here we are. Oh yeah, rhythm is right at the top here. Yeah, rhythm. The relative volume's a little light, but it's skewed because it has so much volume this day. So, in comparison, the relative volume, but because of that skewing, but yeah, it's now making the high. Guys, I have no idea what I'm going to go do with Siga. I really, excuse me. I've paired out of my position. I still have some left. I honestly don't know what I'm going to do. If it closes well, I may hold the piece I've got and just see what happens. I'm not a big swing trader, but so what didn't happen today that I saw was sometimes, out of nowhere, something just pops in here and you just see it starting to move up, and you hadn't seen it all day long, and maybe some news hit, something happened. So, but I didn't really see that today in this window. Cody asked the question in our YouTube room. How did you make 4 columns on the bottom? How did I make 4 columns on the bottom? Well, I'm going to try to decipher that question. Now, columns where? In the race? Where? I'm not sure. I know what you mean by that. On my screen, 3 on top, 4 on the bottom. Columns. I'm sorry, Cody, I just don't quite, I know it's my layout, but what specific, this is my layout, so how did I make my layout? So I don't know what you mean by columns. Like this is a column, current price here, there's a column, there's a column, there's a column. So I don't know what you mean by a column. And when you say 4 on the bottom, I mean, I don't know what you mean. Squares. Squares. Oh, how do I make them? Oh, well, I mean, that's just part of, how do I make them? Well, I mean, the price alerts as an example is just from new, and then price alerts. There's the price alerts window. If you don't have it up and running, for the first time you do it, this is what it'll look like. Okay, and so I mean that is from new in the toolbar. Most of this is all covered, Cody, in our user guide. If you went to price alerts, you'd see how to launch this. Okay. As far as charts are concerned, I mean, that's just, new charts. Click on new and then chart window. Okay, and this popped on my other screen. And the SPY, I mean, these are just charts, from new charts. Or if I want to duplicate this, I just duplicate it. I don't have to go keep clicking on new, but I just duplicate it. Again, that's covered in our guide regarding charts. And the SPY, why it doesn't change? Why it doesn't change is because there are basically two options with our charts. There are more, but without getting too involved. If you right click and go to properties, there is symbol linking. So if you have it checked, it's either checked or unchecked. So if I check it, that's why when I click on SkyX, these are all linked timeframes. Okay, the 15, 5, weekly, monthly, daily. That's why when I click on SkyX, they all change, but the SPY doesn't because it's unchecked. Okay, so and why I want that, of course, I want to keep an eye on the SPY all day long, so that's why I have this here. Yeah, I'm a little disappointed in the TBLT. I may take a look at it later, but I was a little disappointed in it. I thought maybe that would really get it rolling. Maybe, well, all I was really looking for is for it to get closer to the high of the day, the 667. But I mean, this is pretty good news. I mean, because I'm a day trader, I mean, this isn't really that big a deal the way it's just sort of trading on the 15. But, it did seem to have some pretty darn good news. 34 products or 35 products in 5,000 home hardware stores. Yeah, I don't really want to talk doc, look left, okay? I don't want to confuse the issue. But for instance, again, if you click on my homepage and click on that user guide, you see how everything is laid out? So you asked about price alerts, okay? That's the price alerts window, okay? Charts, you asked about charts. Here's chart section. So, alerts and filters. I mean, this is really well laid out. And it's actually searchable too. You can do a search. During the test drive, I will create a layout for the test drive. It'll look very much like this. I'm not gonna be overcomplicated. I've completely uncomplicated my trading. I probably got rid of 5 or 6 alert windows that I used to have. You know, the only two I really have are these two now. Okay. And this is an abnormal day. Normally, we do not get so many alerts in here, both Zacks, bouncers, and toppers. This is just an abnormal day. There are days in which I might only get 3 in each one of these. You know, because when I look at if you look at the scan here, the 10-day daily breakdown, if I right click to show you what it's looking for, and I click on the summary, I mean, look at that current volume has to be at least 8. Normally, that really prevents a lot of things or alerts happening. But because we're in earnings season and whatever is happening with BHC, you know, we're gonna get probably a few more because we're in earnings season now. But typically, because of that current volume of 8, that means this has to be trading at least 8 times normal up to this point of the day. And I like it like that. I don't want to get too many alerts. Yeah, oh no, I do understand, look left. I do understand what you're doing. I do appreciate the help. Everybody helps pitches in. That's great. All right, guys. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put myself on mute. I'm still here. So if I have to, I'll hop on the mic again. Okay, so the main room, this room will be open until 3:30. Then I'll shut that down. Before I do shut it down, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over to YouTube and listen to Chris between 3:30 and 4:30. Okay, so I'm going to put myself on mute right now. Guys, I missed Pack. I don't know how I missed it. You know what I think I did? I think I deleted some of my alerts. I had that alert set for Pack underneath 5. Anyway, got to watch this one tomorrow. This is now almost a lifetime low for Pack, P-A-C-K. It's an earnings play, and obviously just getting thumped. The reaction to earnings is getting thumped. And now it broke down through 5. Okay, well, let me put the YouTube link in right now. Okay, Chris will be there in about 10 minutes or so. So I'll put the YouTube link in. If you want to head over there, listen to Chris between 3:30 and 4:30. There is the link. And I'll be back on mute. Yeah, the casinos have been hot. Look at Wynn also, W-Y-N-N. I just put out Las Vegas Sands. You mentioned MGM. Casinos have been hot. I know you're itching to short this one, Zach, but I don't know what I'm going to do. I honestly don't. One of the reasons I can hang around is because I've taken, for me, pretty good profit on this already. And what I have left, if it went back down to where I bought it, it's not going to kill me. I mean, this wouldn't surprise me. Not a prediction. I'm just saying it wouldn't surprise me though if it remains strong and doesn't have any sort of a pullback. You may see something even in the post market. Yeah. Yeah, I'll be on my bike. I'll be on my bike in about 10 minutes. Just waiting for Chris to show up and I'm out of here. So Muddy Waters slammed run. I guess it went down a little bit, but didn't really affect it that much. Interestingly, it ran right into the 200-day moving average. The high was 31.96. The 200-day moving average is 32.01. So it ran right into it and stopped. Again, amazing how many times that happens. So during the marketing meeting, it was explained to us that the new, how do I explain this? Not the new version, but the site upgrade. You know, different way of exhibiting the data, etc., which has been worked on for many months now. So Dan and Brad had a trial run of it, and it said like the races are unbelievable now. I mean, in terms of what is happening, how it's presented, it's just not quite ready. I don't think it's going to be ready for the test drive. This is not just a new development version. This is, you know, a complete reconstruction of our website, our servers, etc. So very excited to see what that's going to look like, because we're still a little bit choppy here. I mean, it still looks a little weird. Not bad. I mean, not as bad as when it first started, but they say it's just going to be smooth and a different way of presenting it. Yeah, he said he did test the scanner and it needs some work. So I asked him to, he said, okay, I'm just answering Zach, or for you, Zach. He said he wants to run it for, I don't know, 6 or 7 days just to test it a little bit more. And then I asked him to email Michael with the suggestions. He's, you know, completely willing, as long as you give him. Do you have a gigabyte requirement number? You mean when we have a different platform? No, I think it's all going to be. I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be something to do with AWS. So it will not. It will not need. All the heavy lifting will still be done by us. So you won't need a new computer. I don't have specs like that. I mean, you know, I'm sure 16. I've got 32, but I don't think it, because all the heavy lifting will be done by us. I would always say the more RAM, the merrier. But again, all the heavy lifting will be done by us, so it really won't, almost within reason, matter what machine you've got. Okay, guys, I think I will shut this down. I'm just going to wait for Chris to show up in our other room so I can take off. Let me give me a moment here as boy, it's Friday tomorrow already. Time just flies. Yeah, I mean, I can only speak for what trade ideas, the low trade ideas will place on your system, which should be next to nothing. Okay, guys, I'm going to shut it down now. Thanks for all the help. I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern time. So have a great evening and we'll see you then. Bye-bye. And of course, YouTubers are still there. Still no real sign of weakness for SIGA, SIGA. There he is.
Here I am.
man himself. Hey, you sound good today.
I'm feeling a little more refreshed and awake than the last several weeks. I don't know why.
Okay, but your microphone, I actually was referring to that. Well, maybe that's part of it, but
Oh,
you
well,
sound.
they're doing a ton of construction around me, and they actually just stopped drilling for the first time in weeks. So perhaps that's part of it.
Oh, maybe.
They're putting up a new building right next to me, which is always very fun.
Yeah.
So,
Where do you live in? Are you in a like a detached home or a townhouse or?
it's
What?
uh it's an apartment building. It's a small
Oh, it's an
apartment
apartment
building
building.
though.
Okay.
Yep. And
Okay.
there's just, there's 8 apartments here, and they're all pretty spacious actually. So
Oh, wow. Only eight. Well, then that's nothing.
no, it's a small building. So it's a
Right.
small town and a small building, but very very lucky to have landed where I did.
Yeah. Good for you. All
I
right. Well, good
have
for
made the
me. I'm
screen.
done.
Yes, I made the screen swap already, and off you go.
Okay. Thank you, Chris.
All right, take care. We'll see you tomorrow, Barry.
You bet.
Good night. So happy Thursday, everybody, as Barry signs off for the day. I just always have to say, I don't know how he does it. I mean, he's up so long before the sun comes up before him. And I don't know, he kills it every single day on that mic, sharing a screen, talking about what he's looking at, answering questions, and of course, just an outstanding trader. So I can never say enough good things about Barry, that's for sure. Mike C, Trader Rich. Yeah, I don't know about Trader Rich, but we're making do. We're making do. Raj, how are you? Good afternoon. Happy Thursday. Happy Friday, Junior. All those things like that. So, what a day, huh? I don't even know what to say anymore. What a day. Took a few trades today. One broke my heart. ARRY. Reason it broke my heart was I took it way too early. I thought here we were going to do it. I'm lying. That's the wrong one. Where did I take it? My orders aren't on here, right? There's the simulated order on here for some reason. Gee, I'm confusing myself now. All right. I took it somewhere in here in the 1530 range. 1540, 1538 is where I got to fill. And I thought we were going to go, and we never went. We never came down and got me stopped out. I had my stop at the low of the day. And we came and tickled it, but never quite got there. And it was just fussing its way up and couldn't get through it. And it came back down, and I was getting a little, frustrated and want to sit there in that position. But at the same time, I hadn't violated the stop. And then I had to leave my desk for a few minutes, and I said, you know what? I'm just going to stick a sell order at 1577. And if it gets sold, it gets sold. And of course, continue to move on right after I literally sold it. Just always seems to be the way. So, it was an okay trade, but I was looking for more than that. I really thought we'd take a shot back over 16 again today, but it's been a wobbly day overall. And if you look at the TAN chart, you're going to see essentially the same thing. So here's TAN and almost identical charts to what ARRY did. So anyways, just to give you, you see you got hit on ARRY. I almost did. I was going to cut it short before it got to my stop. And I'm like, no, I can't tell you how many times I cut a trade early before my stop to have it not stop me out after anyways, or it never got to my stop and then turn around. So I was like, I'll take the stop. That was a much bigger stop than I wanted to take. I didn't realize how far down that candle went when I share sized, but I mean, it wasn't the end of the world if I got stopped out. Just would have sucked to have taken a loss like that. But it was what it was. We did all right. Didn't go according exactly to the plan, but we executed the risk management of the plan. So That's all there was to it. But yeah, it got me early too. I really thought on this candle we were coming back up, and it was pretty good volume, and then all of a sudden the volume just dropped right out like a trap door on us. Yeah, Jim, no doubt about it. Barry's, he's unbelievable. So that was that, and then I took a little scalper here in CMRY, grabbed it here, sold it in the same candle, as a matter of fact. When it couldn't push back up through this, and it was wiggling around here, I said, you know what, I don't want to stick around. Of course, this was another one. I sold it, and then it went on. But it was a tough trader, and happy with what I walked away with. So, the last couple of days have been tough on the long side. Few stocks have really just gone and just ran straight up. I mean, RYTM, making all kinds of noise this morning here, another one. And, great volume, and the volume declines a little bit. And then we get this big volume, burst again, but to the downside before we get a move up, and then a pretty good size pullback again. And then we start to really take off for the rest of the day. So patience has been key the last couple of days, and not getting in too early. If I had more patience on Airy, I might have taken it on a 15 break the next time it did it. Unfortunately, I sat through all that pain underwater, all the way down to 1460 or so for quite a while, because of my lack of patience today, I would say. And I say lack of patience. I got in after 10. I got in right around 10 o'clock this morning. So, it was half an hour after the market opened. It wasn't even like I jumped in, too close to the open. But, let's look at the SPY here, and, just more continuation from yesterday. Now, if we focus on the daily chart here on the SPY, it doesn't really tell quite the story that we had of this pretty nice gap up, and then the fact that we came down and sold off for an hour before catching some bids here and moving into the rest of the day. I will note that, volume declined, flattened, declined, slight uptick here in the middle of the day, which is kind of unusual, and has been declining volume again since. We'll see what these last two 15-minute candles have to bring, but definitely a little abnormal with the volume there. So we'll see. You will see. Did we top out here? Hard telling, not knowing. But the bulls continue to stack up wins. Price action is price action. And while we're still in a bear market without any question, I continue to pound on the table of, a lot of the bad news is priced in. I think everybody knew that we were going to have negative GDP growth again. It wasn't as bad as I thought it was, although when you adjusted for inflation, yes, I get all that stuff like that, but it just wasn't quite. I thought we were really going to see 1 3/4 negative, to be honest with you. I really thought it was going to be a much bigger contraction than what we had, but it wasn't. So maybe not so bad news is good news. I don't know, but we continue to build off of those lows now. And, we ask ourselves, like you did with the K-Web, is there a trend change going on? I'm not going to call that yet. But, and this is why, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. But the K-Web here, got smashed today. Big recovery after the open, but really got knocked around. And, we thought back here, perhaps we might get a breakaway, and then we had that slight pullback that turned into a real big pullback now. And that trend change, that's it for now. We're sitting back in this kind of range, which is off the lows. But, the K-Web did not have a bullish trend change by any means. So SPY could set up just the same way. We'll see how that all shakes out at the end of the day here. And by end of the day, I mean just the future in general. Never really did like the end of the day saying. Anywho, that's that. TGT. I don't know what happened there. Is that Target? TGT? Target, yeah. I don't know what happened here with Target. So they don't have earnings. No, not big. Not anything big as far as volume goes, but definitely good price action on it. I mean, up about 3%. I don't know. I don't know what went on with that there, Peter. Yeah, that is a little bit surprising. There's just no, what I would guess is I think this is probably when Walmart did whatever they did with their guidance or that early guidance or whatever. And so I think everybody got smacked in the retail sector from it. And now, emotions have settled and people are going to, start piling back in those positions, maybe considering that down here is a better place to own it than if they had owned it, wherever people might have owned it before that. So that's the only thing I can figure with Target, because I mean they're well off their earnings here. We do have quite a few big players reporting for earnings today. So load this up here. Earnings. So this is a earnings scan I made the other day. All it is reporting, showing the earnings for the current day. Who's reporting? There's nothing else in here, just in case. So nothing special, just earnings. See, earnings. And I think just sorting on change from close. I just changed from close as my default. So I didn't even sort of, change the sort. But, here we go for earnings, Hertz, hysterical. From bankruptcy to this. Unbelievable. But, for solar, they're reporting. I don't know if they already did. Yeah, they're reporting after the bell. Gel, this had a nice move, and I caught this in the race. It came through the race here. I think it only won once, maybe 2 races, but I was watching here, and it was, it kept popping on the races, even though it couldn't win. Not a bad move off that 950 level, just popping over 10. I didn't take it because I was committed to Airy, and I didn't want to be in extra positions at that time, but we can't argue that. Who are some of the big ones that are reporting? Let's do this. Let's go by market cap. Do I have market cap around here? Sort by market cap. So I know Apple's reporting, so let's sort by that. I think Amazon's reporting. Who else? So yeah, Apple, Amazon, MasterCard, Pfizer, Demo, Merck, Shell, Intel, Honeywell, Sanfoy. So you've got some really huge names reporting today. So we'll see. Add a column to this. I'm gonna add the earnings column. Add market cap to sector. And shares change from name. Earning date change since January 1st. I think I'm happy with all that data. Yeah, it looks good to me. MVST, watching that all day long. I didn't take it. I should have. Yeah, good call. Good. You can see I had a price alert set for it here, and it was just that 242 level. It just couldn't get through. Popped through, came back down. Then I was able to catch it, and I just, like I said, I already was involved with Airy, and I didn't want to throw another trade on my plate. Speaking of Airy, I'm going to break 16. And now it's finally bucking the trend of the market after really kind of following the SPY all day long. Heartbreaking, to say the least. Heartbreaking. Anyways, it is what it is. But yeah, MVST, I mean, I don't know that it won a lot of races, but it was certainly on the races early on in the day. I set my price alerts. I mean, here's, I started with no price alerts on the day. You can see how many stocks I set price alerts for as they came through on races. Not a ton of follow through on stuff though. Let's go through. Charge point. Nothing here. Couldn't really do it anymore. Nikola. Same thing. EOSE. Nada. Fisker. Same thing. Some of these really big moves right early, and then just that was it. That was their move. That was it. That was opening 15-minute bars for most of them. V-Cell, Fuel Cell, HLGN. So, so why do not go chasing early in the day. Please. I know, and everybody that doesn't do it, and then they see the one stock that rips from there, they're like, oh, see, I didn't trade early in the day. I missed that one. For every one that you might have taken early in the day, you know, in that first 15, 20, 30 minutes that ends up ripping? How many were you willing to take during that part of the day and flopped on their face? I'll bet it's a 1 win to 7 loss ratio on that, if not worse than that. So, you know, keep things in perspective. And can you have the scan? Absolutely. I'm going to save it and share it. Anybody that wants it, here you go. Like I said, it's just earnings, and I'm sorting. This one's going to be sorting on market cap. That's what I'm going to leave it from now on. Copy. You're welcome to change it up any way you want. I'm going to delete the old one, actually, because I like this better. So there you go. Anybody that wants that earnings scan. Like I said, there's nothing crazy in there. I don't know what that column is. Changed since January 1st. Let's see. Let's crush those symbols down. Crush that price down. Change from close, volume. Change from the open. Company name, earnings date. That all looks good. Sector. Let's get that a little smaller. That a little smaller. There we go. That's better. That looks good. All right. This is the one I really want. Here, use this one instead. If you took that link, get rid of that. This one will look better. You got the change from January 1st column. Looks better in this. So there's that. Let me delete my old ones real quick. Just maintain keeping up on my cloud here. Delete. Okay, perfect. Let me get rid of that, and then let's see. So from where can I get the earnings scan? So I shared that out. I'm going to swings. Took it again, 23 base, strong close here. So let's take a look at SIGA for Hari. What does that look like? I know it's been strong most of the day. Yeah, beautiful, man. Anybody short that has been absolutely destroyed. Margin called for sure. It's a great chart. Look at that. And look at how it obeyed that 8 EMA on a 15-minute chart all day long. That's why I like it. It just, you know, like I said, it's not magic. It just works well a lot of times for me. If you put up a 10 SMA, I bet it looks almost exactly the same, maybe hugging it a little tighter. I mean, a little looser. Beautiful. Yeah. Just, you know, look, as long as you're managing your risk, you got your trade your plan. That's all that. But, you know, it's a good looking trade right there. And then, so yeah, drop that. There is an earnings channel as well. You always pop there as well. But if you just want this one specific scan, I dropped that link in for everybody to have. Michael Anthony, EVGO. What does that look like? What does EVGO look like? EVGO. All right, interesting. Big early move here. And then caught that 8 EMA. Pushed on it the whole way up from once it really caught it here, 770, 780. Nice move after that. So what can we glean from this here? We're well off the bottom now, a good bit off that bottom. Made a move up, a little pull back to an area of interest, I'd call it. We bounced off of that. Got a big washout bounce tail here as well. See that on the daily chart. Good liquidity, not crazy volume, but nice volume for sure. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see this take on that recent high again, and then maybe try to take a shot at 10. I'd say, you know, as usual, your things are going to be $9 are going to be tough, $10 will be extra tough, but it's a decent looking chart, Michael Anthony overall. You know, just manage that risk according to, you know, where it seems the buyers and sellers are coming in, and the volume's picked up again today. We're not earning, so I don't know why that's happening, you know, why this extra volume. But look, you know, you had these big volume candles here and a good sized amount of volume there. Then took a little tick down on that sell-off. So it's sold off on less volume and it's moving up with higher volume. So these are all good things, technically speaking, as far as that chart goes. Is it a buy? I don't know. Is it a sell? I don't know. But technically speaking, that's a decent looking chart, everything there. So definitely something of interest. EXTR. You know, EXTR is one of those ones that always pops up for me. I had one great trade in it, and then I had like kind of a bad trade in it, and I just always see it and haven't traded it since. The good, then the bad. So I think this is its lifetime high back here. It's 1661 back here. So it was a lifetime high. Had this downtrend, kind of just, you know, with the rest of the market. And then while the rest of the market was getting kind of slaughtered through here, it really moved sideways and starting to really move now. So, solid options volume as we've passed earnings. Not a big short float, little short growth, but anybody that's short, it's getting squeezed the heck out of right now. I would say that. Nice chart, really nice chart. Got this level rate in here. When you're above $10 again, and you really took out 10 and didn't look back, which is a big deal. $10 is just, it's one of those levels that's mentally really tough for a stock. Tell you what, all-time high is not out of reason with this stock, and this thing can run. Let's take a look back in history at what it did. You know, when it came and did that all-time high, right? So made a nice couple-day run here, consolidated for a couple of weeks, and then a nice pop out of that consolidation before, you know, the whole market rolled over. And I think this kind of participated in the rest of that. So no, good chart right there with extra. Hopefully it's paying you extra. Solid close here from the SPY, trying to close out on highs of the day. And let me bring this over here. So look at this spike, especially with the small caps, really, really strong. The large caps even stronger. Good stuff. I don't know. There's a lot of people calling bottoms, and they're probably feeling pretty good about themselves right now. You know, I don't know about that, but you know, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. All right, sorry, just typing back a message here. That. All right, sorry, just some messages that were coming in that I had to jump on. All right, so you know, we're going out, trying to go out on highs. We got just over 7 minutes here for the close. Bud reports today. Anybody that likes their tobacco products, they Altieri Group's reporting. Some big names reporting here today. Very big names. All right, that's that. Yeah, SKYX. I was on races quite a bit for a while today. I don't see it currently now. We talked about lithium plays. Here's a lithium play. What a breakout on this lithium play on the day here. Not a daily breakout. We're still, technically downtrending, but we talked about lithium yesterday. And if I can bring up the chart, that would probably help. Off that bottom here, trying to move up. And then let's see. A lot of bullish sweeps coming for SPY here. A bit odd with such big names reporting. I don't see a hedge against those sweeps. Interesting. Yeah, it's true. The counter trend traders, they don't stick around long. There's those quick hits in and out. So we'll see. I mean, I'm skeptical of this huge move up the last couple of days, but I'm just going to trade the price action that's there. Freaking airy. Broke 16 and really just grinding up off that sell. Oh, well. It happens. WBD keeps making new highs. WBD. What's WBD? What are you, WBD? Warner Bros. Yeah. Peeling off of this stuff down here, trying to make a move here. We talked about, I don't know, you were asking about that a couple of weeks ago. We said, this is a big level at 15. So now it's made it off that 15 level. We got this little mountain that it can climb now. So we'll see. VSCO. Very nice move here last couple of weeks too. Off that bottom, Victoria's Secrets. That's funny. They have like more than just like the lingerie stuff now, right? Like there's a lot of that pink brand or whatever, right? Probably a lot of sales there. I'm guessing. I don't, really not much to comment on that. Hitting this level here. Bust through that though, and then you start to climb really rapidly here on the rest. So let's see, Jamie, is there a scan using standard deviation? I don't personally have one, Jamie, but you could send in an email. There might be something someone has. Send in an email to support and just ask if anybody's got one kicking around. Send an email there, Jamie, and see what if anybody's got anything there. Yeah, undergarment pull. Exactly. Do they sell rugs? Who knows? I mean, everybody seems to sell everything these days. But yeah, I mean, this breakout after, so you get this move off the bottom, a little pullback, and then a breakout off that pullback. Like I said, we're popping through that level. 40 could happen real quick. Will it? I don't know, but it could. All right, so we got one minute to close now, and then some of these big boys will start to drop their numbers on us here. So we'll see what that means as far as earnings go. I'll leave this up here, and let me set it to it's set to live always. So we'll just see if anything shuffles up and down. You know what? Let's mess around. Let's make a race for this, right? What the heck? We ain't doing nothing else. Let's make a race for these earnings. Let's run 1 minute races. Let's see if we can get it to 20 lanes. And configure, search, change, post, market, change, show column, press OK, right? Yeah. Server sort, delta, and post market change, and start to run this race. Let's see what happens here. And we'll see how these things are moving in the post market. It'll be, whether it's up or down, we're going to see moves, so, TTE coming into the post market here. Let's throw up some post market data on the charts. All right. So, all right, that was moving going into the close.
EOSE
popping through here. A little burst here at the end. Dropped 20,600 shares on the close. 269, and then you got a 30 share print at 280 that triggered that price alert for me. So, all right, let's see what happens here coming into the post market. TXT, they reported this morning, though. Yeah, so we'll let this kind of go. Let's show all winners. Yeah, we're showing all winners. There we go. Loaded question. If Apple earnings bad, I think, people report earnings, companies report earnings, and you get such a weird reaction when it's good, bad, and different to what you would, what you think would happen. I think guidance is going to be more important than earnings, to be honest, but that's just my take. And again, my take is garbage anyway, so who cares? I don't have anything more to add to that. TMO, what are you doing here? Post market. All right, you reported after the bell. You reported before the bell, so nothing. So, all right, we'll continue to wait. You said Amazon is moving fast. So we've got the race part of this whole thing there. Oops. And then we've got the regular scan here that decided to just go bonkers on sizing on me. So there's Amazon. Did they drop right at the bell, their earnings? Yep, Amazon beats quarterly estimates. So here we go. So I'll bring over a Benzinga shot of news. Amazon says second quarter 2022 net losses included a pre-tax valuation loss of $3.9 billion, included non-operating expense from our common stock investment in Rivian Automotive. So there's that for the news. Let's see what else we got here. Amazon sees third quarter sales, sees Q3 sales. I don't understand why it's saying Q3 sales. Aren't we reporting the second quarter, right? There we go. So sales beat the estimates. EPS 0.2 may not compare to the 0.4 estimate. So Amazon crushed it. They crushed it. However, 126% decrease over earnings, 0.76 from the same period last year. Company reported quarterly sales 121 billion, which beat analyst estimates, consensus, blah 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 blah. So all right, so Amazon crushes it. Let's see who's next. So Apple's still just kind of hanging around here, up marginally in the after hours. MasterCard. So MasterCard reported better than, there we go. So MasterCard shares are trading higher after the company reported better than expected Q2 EPS and sales results. So MasterCard, we could see a little bit of movement here for that. What else we got going on? Who else? Pfizer. Everybody's favorite drug maker, right? Everybody loves Pfizer. Wow, they really sold off going into earnings here. I mean, 52 down to 50, but all the same, or 50, but all the same, you got to note that. Pfizer spiked down last, so they haven't reported yet. Right? Haven't reported. So Pfizer earnings calls. All right, so they're talking about the earnings call, but they haven't reported yet. VALE. So, did they drop yet? They haven't dropped their earnings yet. Oh, they dropped during market hours. Brazilian company, right? Yeah, of course. That's why they dropped during market hours. Dirty. All right, what else is happening? Yum, China brands. What a move for Yum. So they've reported yet? Let's see. Scheduled. Hasn't reported yet. Alrighty. So, anyways, that's that. Sorry, I haven't looked at the chat in a moment here. Sorry, folks, if anybody's putting stuff in. Intel miss. Yeah, ENPH. What happened with BHC today? I have no idea what happened with BHC today. What does it look like? BHC, what you look like? Whoa! I'm guessing that they had some not so great news and got halted. That's all I can figure. I don't know. I have no idea what happened with them today. So FDA has stated that it plans to make a major revision to the rifaximin product-specific guidance to add an vivo bioequivalency study, whatever that means. So that's what happened to that stock today. What happened? It was a biopharmaceutical. So yeah, they had some bad news. Some at least the news was perceived bad. Major revision, blah 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 blah. So yeah. So no bueno. All right, what's Amazon doing now? Wow, Amazon, what a move. What a move. But we also saw this back here somewhere. Yeah, I think this was, yeah, we saw Amazon back here try to report some good stuff and then fell right off the cliff. So we'll see what happens, you know. All right. Sorry, just messages coming into me. Oh, Kramer pumped it. That's your first sign to not touch that stock. I'll tell you that right now. Like I said, I always say this. Jim Cramer may be the greatest guy on the planet to have a beer and a burger with. I wouldn't be taking any financial advice from him. He is an entertainer. And I don't care what he did in the hedge fund space and all those things like that and how successful he was. He is an entertainer. He is not there for news. He is not there to help you, regardless of what anybody tells you. So Intel earnings real bad. Does that mean they dropped down my market cap list? I'm going to see them here now. Where's Intel? I was just kidding. Maybe it did. What's Intel? What's INTC, right? INTC, right? Yes, yes. Yeah. Woof! That's fun. Let's see. What's Intel's short and skinny here? I don't think they've actually reported yet. I'm not. Oh, hold on. I scrolled way too far down. Yeah, here we go. Net capital spending. Revenue. Group revenue. $1 million cash. Operations paid. Dividends. Adjusted. And there we go. There's our guidance. So, all right, you know, some good, some bad. We wait for the almighty Apple now. There's Intel, INTC. Oh, I couldn't see it before. So MasterCard just kind of sticking right where it is. Amazon come off those highs a little bit. Apple's just hanging right around. Why my charts are taking a month to load right now? close a few things here. So, all right, I'll continue to look at some of these things here. Valero, he reported in the pre-market and just gave it up all day long. So that makes me wonder, what did energy do overall? XLE today. Held all right. Held all right. XOP. Not as nice looking as the XLE today. My friends P10 do. P10 still looking strong in my opinion. Looking real good right there. Vet, not bet. Vet looking real good. And I said back here, I said, you watch. Vet looks like it really wants those highs. And so we got them now. So I think natural gas is the way to play energy. Things that are more heavy natural gas, the way you want to go. If you're trying to play energy. What did UNG do today? Excuse me. UNG was down bigly, but I think more UNG focused stocks were up bigly. What a big spike that was there. So, well, we'll see. Maybe it's done. Maybe natural gas is done. Maybe finally it's done. There's a lot of top callers here, and a lot more here, and here. And come right back to it. So we'll see. We'll see. VRCF. Big move down in the post market here for VRCF. And then right back up. Look at that. Madness, I tell you. Madness. Not a ton of volume, though. Not at all. And nothing. Five minutes of showing his fame. Well, all right, here's a fun fact. I did call into it once and got on years ago. And I asked him about a stock. It was like a computing stock, AI computing or something. Cray, I think. Does that even exist anymore? CRAY? Is that it? No. It was like Cray, something like that. I can't remember anymore. Some kind of custom computing stock. Anyways. This Bud's for you. Did Bud report yet? It's 11% revenue growth in the second quarter. So there you go. This Bud's for you. Let's see what else was coming in. You've been burnt by him. Yeah, I mean, listen, I know a number of people that have. It's unfortunate. I don't think he should be allowed to do what he does on TV, but that's me. There's probably other people that have made lots of money with him and they think he's the greatest thing on earth. I just, anyways, it is what it is with him. Apple reports at I think 4:20. Is that accurate? They always report at the same time. I know it's not right at the bell. What do I think of a GD chart? GD. General Dynamics. Not a bad looking chart. Made this nice run here. It's given some back, but it's kind of defended this area in general, which is a breakout of this area here. I would say even though it has sold off, that looks more like an orderly sell-off compared to the rest of the market. And number one, rising tide lifts all boats. So if we have bottomed and the market starts to pull up, that looks good. And then it was a nice lead up into earnings, and you have the earnings with some craziness, and then a nice day today from it, nice steady day today from it. So decent looking chart. I would say, if it can keep this momentum behind it, you start to look at this level and then this level, Does it mean it'll get there? I have no idea, but those are your kind of immediate technical resistance points at this stage. So who is the competitor of Trade Ideas? I don't know. I guess a Trading View. I guess Trading View would be one of our competitors. Thinkorswim is a competitor to us, in a sense. They have their scanning. Finviz, Benzinga, I think they have some scanning stuff too. Would be a competitor. Trend Spiders is a competitor of ours, I would say. Those are the ones that come to the top of my head. Those are the big ones I would say that I can think of. ScanZ. TC2000, yeah, I never thought of TC2000 yet. TC2000. Control. Sorry, I'm just running a little, not slow, but not great either. Get rid of that. Looking for a few things in my task manager I can close. I don't really need right now. I use both, Hal. All right, interesting. Thank you, Mike C. Appreciate that. One option as a competitor. All right, good to know these things. Appreciate that. I appreciate the input. Yeah, Benzinga, Peter threw out there. There is no competition. Thanks, Ash. I appreciate that. We do some things well. There's some things I think we could do a lot better at. There's some stuff that I'd like to see us, implement and do a lot better. Barry popping in. I always got Barry's always lurking. I don't know that anybody puts in more hours than Barry around here, to be honest. Sheesh, I need a ginger beer. That's a lot of stuff going on there, Harry. That's crazy. I wish we had some of the things I wish we had. Obviously, I wish we had more historical data. I wish we did a little more on that. I wish we did a little bit more for people looking for long-term swings and stuff like that. So, but I mean, our live data is superior to everybody else's, that's for sure. So, as the saying goes, you can't be everything to everyone or something like that. I don't know. You try to be everything to everyone, you'll be nothing to no one, or I forget what that exact saying is. So some after hours alerts here. HLGN just went off from me. No, but just a few shares. But who knows? We've seen some of these crazy ones that are not, haven't been around long, all of a sudden do some nutso stuff here. So for example, some of these are a little bit bigger, but that HKD, man, I mean, that's just beyond bonkers what that did. So, you see something like HLGN, could it happen? Who knows? But that's not exactly a lot of data. You're going back to just the beginning of the year. So let's see. Apple. Still just kind of hanging around, not doing a whole lot of anything. Just kind of drifted higher so far. MasterCard, little pop, but not anything really noteworthy. No volume in the last 5 minutes. Pfizer, negligible trading from these earnings. Merck, same thing, no volume in the last 5 minutes. Sanfoy, and these are some of your big pharmaceuticals. I mean, some of your biggest pharmaceuticals that exist. That tail here. They reported before the bell, though. Nothing coming into the after hours. Shell. They reported again pre-market, so not a whole lot going on through there. Nice. Excellent, Hal. Good to hear. Covered and happy. That's what we want to hear. Yeah, we can scan moving averages. I wish we did a little bit more with moving averages. I wish we had some EMAs to scan on. I don't know. I'm told there'll be a lot of changes. A lot of things happen when we make this full migration to AWS for our web servers. That migration should happen by the end of September-ish. We're actually ahead of schedule. We're trying to make the full migration by 2023. We should do it before the fall really gets underway. Thanks. We really appreciate that. Hearing that about the mindset changing and things like that. And trading, it's a growing experience. The trader you are today will not be the trader you are in 5 years from now. I'm sure of that. But like with anything in life. Thanks. I really appreciate that, Harry. Hearing that, I always say, I'm not reinventing the wheel here. Everything that I know, I parrot from Barry and Jamie and Steve and Andy and Michael, Sean, who's moved on, unfortunately for us. There's a number of people that I take stuff with, and a few people that I've met through Twitter that have given me some good little tidbits here and there that I've applied to some of my trading. So I just think the biggest thing that it became for me, and I think you'll all find the same thing, anybody that's still kind of figuring their way through all this, is when you truly understand what risk management is, and you have a risk management plan that you implement every single time you press buy or sell on a stock, that's when you're going to see the big difference in your trading. That's when I saw the big difference in my trading. It wasn't until then that it really that it really happened. So that's that. Yeah, I mean, Andy's fantastic. Andy and Steve were two huge people in my view of swing trading. Two huge, huge differences on, just by attending the webinars that they were doing, especially the Trade of the Week webinar and the Trading Studio webinars. Huge difference. Jamie and Barry a lot, Barry with, being patient and waiting for those breakouts, and Jamie with a lot of the range break stuff that I watched from him over the years on the office hours on Mondays. So like I said, just can never say enough good things about these folks here. Really can never say enough good things about them. So holy cow, it's 4:29 and time for me to skedaddle. All right, so some interesting stuff watching those earnings. I've been saying for weeks and weeks and weeks, the bear market, be careful and all those things like that, but don't miss out on the upside either. You know what I mean? It's a tough position that we're in right now. Just bring up the SPY as I kind of wrap things up here. The SPY continues to drift higher in the after hours. Any of the moves back up, I want to note these things here. This move back up was on declining volume through here, right? And then this selling off here, we saw the volume kind of level and then start to pick back up on all this selling off right through there, right? And then when we pick back up again, the volume declined again, right? And then right here, look at the selling. Big volume came in on the selling. Then it's been a lot of declining volume since. Now, look, I get it, summertime and all that, all right? So we're going to see declining volume. Selling may go away, blah, 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 all that stuff. Oh, Apple's out. Bang. Wow, what a move from Apple. Look at that. So my point being here, what I'm saying is that nobody knows if we bottom. You're going to have people say, oh, I called the bottom and blah, 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 blah. That's a fool's errand. It's total fool's errand. Manage your risk. Pay attention to what you're doing. Pay attention to when you're entering a stock. Pay attention to why you're entering a stock. If you can't answer why you entered it, other than it was going up, so I entered it, that's not a very good answer. All right, so just be careful. That's all. You don't want to miss out on the upside. Nobody does, but don't let FOMO be what drives you in. Let your trading plan be what drives you into things. Whether it's a day trade or you're trying to put on some longer term positions. I can tell you right now, at some point, the market will be higher than it is today overall. Is that point 3 weeks from now or is it 3 years from now? I don't know. But we know the market always goes up in the end. So just make that plan and trade it. All right, folks. Yeah, there we go. Apple 3Q 1.2 versus 1.6. They beat there. They just eked out on those revenues too. All right, so thanks for popping that in there, Harry. Appreciate that. Big time. Yep, yeah. All perfect stuff that Harry's putting in there. That mindset exactly. To not counter trend, add to winning trades, stop take. Yeah, all 100%, all 100%. Big time stuff right there. So. All right, folks, that's going to wrap it up for me. We will do this all again to wrap out the week tomorrow. I mean, what a week it's been, regardless of what happens tomorrow, what a week it's been, right? If it's flat tomorrow, if we gap up and we go again tomorrow, if we gap and crap, we just gap down and go. What a week it's been. And let's just take a look real fast. One more. Just look at what Apple's move up did just to the SPY overall. How big a weeding Apple is. Apple is the market. We always tease, Apple is the market. So just craziness. Craziness. So, all right, folks, happy Friday, Junior, to all. You have a great rest of your day wherever you are on this spinning rock we call Earth, and we will catch you all tomorrow. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.